sentences of death penalties to the oversight of the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. Now let me invite the International Harm Reduction Association.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Harm Reduction International and 11 co-signatories, we welcome the ongoing attention to the issue of the death penalty. We reiterate that drug offences do not meet the definition of most serious crimes. This is well established by UN mechanisms with human rights and drug control mandates. According to Harm Reduction International's latest research, 35 countries and territories retain the death penalty for drug offences in law. As more countries abolish the death penalty, the use of capital punishment for drug offences is going in a markedly different direction. HRI recorded an over 100% increase for drug offences in drug-related executions in 2022, with Iran being responsible for most known executions. The number of confirmed death sentences also increased by over 25% in 2022. We estimate that 1 in 3 people executed globally has been convicted of a drug offence. Transparency remains a key issue. Only a fraction of retentionist countries make publicly available official figures on the death penalty, and these are often not disaggregated by crime or by gender and/or nationality. This in itself is a violation of international standards. It obstructs any evidence-based assessment of the phenomena, including in its application as a tool of drug control. These recent developments show that drug control is a strategic and central issue to be addressed to restrict application of the death penalty in line with international standards, and that we must do more. Drug-related death sentences and executions must be met by political, diplomatic and economic action, with full cooperation with national and international drug control bodies. At the same time, death penalty abolition must be addressed in the context of broader drug policy reform aimed at promoting health and rights-based approaches, rather than punitive ones, which have now proven to be ineffective and abusive. We trust this discussion will inform a strong resolution on the death penalty at the 54th session of the Council, which clearly condemns the use of the death penalty as a tool of drug control.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to the International Lesbian and Gay Association. You have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished panelists, the right to life is a cornerstone of the international human rights system, and we therefore welcome this panel and Resolution 48-9, and we strongly oppose the application of death penalty in any circumstance. We appreciate the report of the Secretary General, which reiterates that under international human rights law, the use of death penalty should be limited to the only most serious crimes. We underline the Resolution 48-9, which stresses that the term most serious crimes has consistently been read restrictively, and that under no circumstance can the death penalty ever be applied as a sanction against consensual same-sex conducts or relations, in the same line of the understanding of the General Comment 36 of the Human Rights Committee. We would like to draw the attention of the Council, particularly to the fact that the death penalty continues to be used to punish consensual same-sex sexual acts between adults, as well as sex work or sex outside the marriage, despite these acts not meeting the most serious crime threshold. Hugo Ward currently reports that there are 6 UN member states where the death penalty is legally prescribed for consensual same-sex sexual acts, and further 5 where it is technically possible by the means of reference to Sharia law. Moreover, Hugo Ward reports concludes that in 2021 and in previous years, possible executions were identified in at least 2 countries, with an additional number of summary executions carried out by insurgent groups that gain effective control over a certain portion of territory in at least 6 countries. These laws, imposing death sentences to consensual same-sex relations and acts, violate the right to life, to privacy and to non-discrimination, as already recognized by different UN mechanisms. Furthermore, often the penalty to these acts is applied by means such as stoning and hanging, in a clear contravention to the prohibition of torture and cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. As highlighted in the report of the Secretary General, the abolition of the death penalty is both desirable and necessary for the enhancement of human dignity and the progressive development of human rights. We call upon states to abolish the death penalty and ensure torture sentencing or measures, including discriminatory legislations punishing consensual same-sex acts, are never applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to the International Bar Association.
Thank you, Mr. President. The International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute welcomes this high-level panel on human rights violations relating to the use of the death penalty, in particular with respect to limiting the death penalty to the most serious crimes. The Human Rights Institute opposes and condemns the death penalty in all circumstances and calls on retentionist states to join the global movement towards abolition. Pending this, states retaining the death penalty must strictly observe the international obligation under Article 6.2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights to limit the use of the death penalty to the most serious crimes. We condemn the death penalty being provided for in law and applied for crimes that do not meet this threshold, including drug-related offences and broad and vaguely defined crimes against state security in contravention of international standards. We call on states to progressively restrict the imposition of the death penalty and the crimes to which it applies. We are also concerned by a lack of or limited access to effective legal representation in death penalty cases in violation of international fair trial standards. Defence lawyers play a vital role in capital cases, guarding against wrongful conviction and death sentences. However, as highlighted in the OSCE ODIHR 2022 background paper on the death penalty, they face unique professional and personal challenges in their work. We call on this Council to seriously address these concerns and on states to provide the necessary support to capital defence teams, including adequate resources and funding for legal aid systems, defence lawyers, investigators and experts, and for professional counselling for the psychological impact of working on death penalty cases. Thank you.
I thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker we could accommodate. I wish to remind you that representatives inscribed on the list of speakers who have not been able to take the floor during this discussion will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. I will now give the floor back to the panelists for their concluding remarks. You have 2 minutes each, and we will start with His Excellency Ahmad Faisal Muhammad. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this has been indeed a very insightful and interesting discussion. We have heard numerous views and recommendations which have deepened our understanding on this important and complex topic. While our experiences may vary, it is encouraging that we have come together to learn from one another best practices that may help us to progress further on this matter. Our delegation hopes that the Human Rights Council will continue to facilitate constructive, inclusive and transparent dialogue on this issue. Our exchanges should aim at bridging differences, cultivating understanding on constraints and challenges, and forging common understanding. On the issue of death penalty, Malaysia's experience is very much grounded in the realities of a multicultural and multi-religious Malaysian society. As shared by our minister earlier, we have been actively engaging all stakeholders as well as commissioning and referencing evidence-based studies. Moving forward, we will continue to engage all stakeholders to ensure further progress in accordance with the principle of proportionality, the rule of law, and supremacy of the Federal Constitution of Malaysia. We intend to continue discussing and expanding our engagements, particularly in our endeavour to further understand and implement the principles of restorative justice through community corrections. In this context, we welcome the support and expertise of relevant human rights mechanisms, including those established by this Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now let me pass the floor to José Manuel Santos Pais.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, distinguished members of this panel and audience, there is a clear international trend towards the universal abolition of death penalty. Considerable progress has been made towards considering it a cruel, inhuman or degrading form of punishment. New states have recently joined the abolition trend, either as the result of legislative processes or court decisions. Some retentionist states have restricted the use of death penalty for certain crimes or on specific groups of people, children, persons with psychosocial or intellectual disabilities. Other retentionist states are considering removing mandatory death penalty altogether, or at least for some categories of crimes. We must keep in mind that any miscarriage or failure of justice in the implementation of the death penalty is irreversible and irreparable, and errors occur in criminal justice systems across the world. So, although acknowledging the existence of retentionist states, there are reasons for being optimistic. More than 2/3 of the states have abolished the death penalty in practice, Many states are applying a moratorium, including long-standing moratoriums, either in law or in practice. There have been reductions in reported executions and an increase in commutations of that sentence. However, to move forward, a joint effort is needed from all stakeholders. We need strong political will and sustained leadership, an independent, impartial and well-equipped judiciary, and a vibrant civil society, as well as accurate, rigorous, transparent and complete information on the strict requirements for imposing the death penalty, methods and conditions of executions. The Human Rights Committee will continue to implement the supervision of the Covenant on International Civil and Political Rights, particularly Article 6, and we expect other stakeholders to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Mayasato, you are the next.
Thank you. In my view, both executing states and countries that are classified as abolitionist de facto both play a role in restricting the death penalty using the most serious crime standard. Turning to executing states, I want to refer to countries that execute drug offenders. Many countries have been moving away from a drug policy based on criminal punishment to a harm reduction-based approach. And as an example, in 2015, the United Nations Office for Drug and Crime, the very agency responsible for enforcing global prohibition of illicit drugs, actually acknowledged that international drug policy based on criminal punishment, which obviously includes the death penalty, has created, quote, lucrative and violent black market. And moving on to countries that are classified as abolitionist in practice, we use the term abolitionist to refer to those countries, but in my view, it's misleading because executions or the lack of executions are not the only ways that the death penalty operates. For example, in some of these abolitionist de facto countries, death sentences continue to be handed down for crimes that do not meet the most serious crimes threshold. In some countries, individuals remain on death row. And in some governments, they have toyed with the idea of resuming executions. And in some countries, capital laws have actually expanded. So these abolitionist in practice countries, in my view, the death penalty remains an active tool to punish offenders, while at the same time, these governments gain the reputational benefits and the legitimacy for being classified as an abolitionist de facto. And finally, states that have abolished the death penalty, the actual abolitionists, also have a role to play, which is to remain an abolitionist and to encourage other states to move away from the death penalty by sharing their experience. So in this sense, all states have a role to play in restricting the death penalty using the most serious crime standard. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last but not the least, Sarah Bilal, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to answer some of the questions posed. One was, how do we affect public opinion? History shows us that public opinion doesn't always lead to abolition. Political will does. The death penalty is carried out in the shadow of darkness, hidden from the public. Our job is to shine a light on this practice by telling the stories of those on death row. Unlike governments, the public does not respond to stats, but stories and experiences. At Justice Project Pakistan, we recognize that as anti-death penalty advocates, we're not the best place to make these arguments in the public sphere. Rather, these stories are better told by artists, writers, performers that tell the stories of our clients, highlighting themes which are common to the public and elicit public empathy. The second question, how can we help you in your fight towards abolition? While the overall trend is definitely towards abolition, nevertheless, we see a dangerous resurgence of the death penalty in retentionist countries around the world. The battle against the death penalty is far from over in Asia and the MENA region. At this crucial point, this past year has seen significant cuts from global foundations that have traditionally funded the anti-death penalty work. This gap must be filled by member states that have spoken so passionately today. We cannot do our work if you do not extend practical resources and support to this valiant effort. I beseech you to support my colleagues in the fight against the death penalty, especially in the aforementioned regions who are working courageously and tirelessly to stem the tide. Lastly, I'd like to stress that one of the most successful strategies in involving allies across borders is setting up regional and global networks of anti-death penalty organizations. The South Asia and Middle East network brings together crucial organizations across the region that assist one another as local experts for advocacy, knowledge sharing, and on-ground support. This collaboration has inspired the formation of a database of foreign nationals on death row. Just as the death penalty is a transnational phenomenon, so too must our response and strategy to combat it be. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of this biennial high-level panel discussion on the question of the death penalty. I wish to thank to our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, and to all of the participants who have contributed to our discussion. We will now have to have a short technical break and we will reconvene in a few minutes to continue with the high-level segment. Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the high-level segment, and I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Prak Sokhon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia, by video.
Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the anniversary of two major events on human rights. The first one is the 75th year of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the second one is the 30th year of the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action. At a time when our world is subject to enormous pressure arising from so many crises, all with severe human rights implications, I reckon that this Council will agree with me that there are great merits for all of us to get inspired from the spirit of this declaration. All human rights, be they civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, as much as the right for development, merit a fair and equal treatment on the same footing and with the same emphasis. Here, I want to quote the remarks of High Commissioner Turk. I quote, "There is no one-size-fits-all approach to every situation," unquote. As such, our human rights agenda must be addressed through a genuine dialogue-based approach of non-confrontation, non-politicization, and non-selectivity. But foremost, they must be based on verified sources of information and take into account the respective national particularities of each country. Mr. President, I am pleased to share with this august body that Cambodia has faithfully subscribed to the above principles as attested by the steady progress we have made across the board. The most recent human rights success is with our non-discriminatory and almost universal vaccination program against the COVID-19, where we were able to secure a strong herd immunity and reduce daily fatality to zero since last April. We have rolled out wide-ranging social protection to assist pandemic-affected, inflation-hit, and vulnerable groups, particularly women and children. Considerable progress has been made in the complex problem of land issues as well. Similarly, the labor law is being applied more and more extensively to different sectors. In sum, to leave no one behind is the spirit driving all of our development and human rights initiatives. We aim to establish a national human rights institution in the near future with the full support of the OHCHR and the Asia-Pacific Forum. To that effect, we have conducted extensive consultation with multi-sectoral stakeholders, including thematically diverse NGOs. Lately, both country and thematic mandate holders of this council enjoy an unfettered access to the kingdom. Last month, Cambodia extended the 3-decade-old presence of the OHCHR's field office. There is no other countries who have done so, and this council should be appreciative of this sovereign magnanimity. While they enjoy our cooperation, we only ask for a fair, balanced, and objective assessment done in full observance of the Code of Conduct. Preconceived prejudice, prejudgment, or bias will only lead to the loss of their credibility and the erosion of our mutual trust. I wish to stress that human rights can become a human wrong when they are politicized and weaponized for political and economic gains. As much as the minority has rights, so it is for the majority. This minority, which by far does not represent all the 6,000 associations and NGOs working in our country, should be more transparent and less biased in their prejudicial political discourse. Notwithstanding this fact, our government has recently concluded the 5th biannual partnership dialogue with them to further address their concerns, including the ongoing amendments of the law on association and NGOs. Mr. President, as a young liberal democracy, Cambodia has held regular multi-party election, and last year's communal election has reflected pluralism at its best, with 9 out of the 17 contesting parties winning seats across the country. Cambodia is looking forward to holding the upcoming general election this July in a free, fair, just, and transparent manner, an election that will be fully reflective of the people's will. As for freedom of expression, the media in my country remains alive and dynamic. More so, the high mobile internet penetration, which is one of the lowest cost in the region, has empowered ordinary citizens with unhindered access to file their grievances via social media platforms directly to our top leaders. Their voices are further amplified by the robust presence of some nearly 2,000 digital and traditional media outlets, including the critical foreign-funded ones. The government continues to welcome lawful rallies and do appreciate sincere and justifiable criticism from various camps. At the same time, we should never tolerate human rights abuses. Neither should we accept dangerous populist rhetoric and extremist politics that spread fake news, disinformation, hurl indiscriminate insults and slanders, incite racial hatred and xenophobia, and call on sedition. I wish to remind this Council that in most countries in the world, these criminal abuses of freedom of expression are punished by law. Mr. President, now more than ever, the world needs peace and the rule of law in line with the UN Charter and international laws. In Ukraine, we are worried by the escalation of hostilities with more direct or indirect actors involved. We need to put peace at the heart of our words and actions. Our experience as a former war-torn country proves that war is the worst way to end war. Cambodia is fully behind the call of Secretary General Guterres to settle disputes peacefully without recourse to the threat or use of force, and to commit to non-intervention in domestic affairs, self-determination of peoples, and the sovereign equality of member states. Closer to my home, in Myanmar, the situation is still worrisome. The complexity of the crisis and their deep-rooted causes must be recognized. Ending the sufferings of the people of Myanmar, restoring peace and reconciliation have been the only goal of Cambodia's effort during the whole year of our ASEAN chairmanship. Let me conclude by asserting Cambodia's steadfast commitment to continue our genuine partnership to address human rights issues in alignment with our national priorities. I thank you.
I thank you. The next video statement will be delivered by His Excellency Antonio Tajani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and of International Cooperation of Italy.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, I am honored to address the Human Rights Council. Protection and promotion of human rights are a priority for the Italian government and for me. Human rights and fundamental freedoms are under pressure because of conflicts, social inequalities, climate change, and the pandemic. Rule of law and democratic values are under attack. Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine is causing catastrophic consequences globally. Innocent civilians are targeted by indiscriminate attacks. There must be no impunity for atrocity crimes. Italy stands by the Ukrainian people and is committed to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. In Iran, women face brutal repression for demanding an end to discrimination and violence. We strongly condemn death penalty. We call for freedom for women and students. Capital executions are unacceptable. I congratulate the countries that have recently banned them. Italy supports the resolution for a universal moratorium on the use of death penalty. We will continue to engage in this campaign. We stand by Afghan women and girls who are denied their rights to education, work, and freedom of movement. We condemn discrimination, violence, and persecution against religious and ethnic minorities, especially Christian minorities in Africa and in the Middle East. Within the European Union, we continue to closely monitor also the human rights situation in Tibet and Xinjiang's autonomous regions. We stand by the people of Myanmar, including ethnic and religious minorities and their legitimate democratic aspirations. We call for the immediate end of violence and human rights violation by security forces. We are concerned for the situation in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. With the support of the Congolese authorities, we work to bring to justice those responsible for the death of the Italian ambassador Luca Attanasio, the Carabinieri officer Vittorio Iacovacci, and Mustafa Milambo. We support Ethiopia for the cessation of hostilities agreement and for its effort on transitional justice. The humanitarian situation in Yemen and Syria remains difficult. Italy was the first European country to send humanitarian aid to Syria after the earthquake. We renew our solidarity with the people of Turkey and Syria, and we will continue to provide humanitarian assistance. To face global challenges, we need common responses. This is true for migration. We must work together to counter human trafficking and tackle the root causes of irregular migration. We want to pave the way for a stronger multilateral action to find a solution to migration. This year we celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This Council and the international human rights system play a key role. Italy supports the Office of the High Commissioner and all United Nations mechanisms. We call on all states to support and cooperate with them. Italy will continue to do its part. Count on Italy, count on me.
Thank you. Now it's a pleasure and honor to invite to the podium His Excellency Ararat Mirzoyan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Armenia. Sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Armenia congratulates the newly elected Bureau of the Human Rights Council under the presidency of His Excellency Václav Balek. We would also like to extend best wishes of success to His Excellency Mr. Volker Türk, as this is his first Council session in the capacity of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Armenia reiterates its unwavering commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights. This year again, Armenia received the highest rankings in the region by the World Press Freedom Index and the Democracy Index of the Economist Intelligence Unit. As a member of Human Rights Council, including at its bureau in 2022, Armenia strived to make a meaningful contribution to the international efforts to promote and protect human rights worldwide. I would like to particularly emphasize Armenia's contribution to international efforts on the prevention of genocide. We thank each and every state that supported the consensual adoption of the Human Rights Council resolution on the prevention of genocide put forward by Armenia in 2022. In 2023, we mark the 75th anniversary of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the first human rights treaty adopted by the General Assembly. It was followed by the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on the next day. There was no coincidence in such succession, as it was the aftermath of the bloodiest and most violent war in the history of humanity. Those two documents laid the solid foundation for the human rights architecture of the United Nations. Mr. President, the United Nations Secretary General has recently assessed that, I quote, "We are facing the gravest levels of geopolitical division and mistrust in generations," end of quote. 2022 was a challenging year for the Human Rights Council as well. As the High Commissioner recently put it, in spite of geopolitical differences, the Council should be the place where we come together to protect our shared human rights values and our shared humanity. We concur with him that the greatest challenge of the human rights system has been to ensure equal attention to the protection of rights for all. We believe that the protection of the human rights of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh has been continuously overlooked. While we can appreciate the gravity of the situation elsewhere because of other conflicts and crises, there cannot be any hierarchies of suffering based on geopolitical considerations and interests. Against all odds, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh have been striving to exercise their human rights freely. The determination has not changed even after devastating repetitive waves of repression and aggression of Azerbaijan that killed thousands of people and ruined hundreds of towns and villages, civilian infrastructure, cultural and religious heritage. The international community, however, remained largely inactive as Azerbaijan's appetite was emboldened by impunity. The latter then attacked and occupied the sovereign territories of the Republic of Armenia. In the atmosphere of such total impunity, Azerbaijan continues to breach principles of the international human rights law and international humanitarian law. It has been for around 80 days that Azerbaijan blocked the Lachin corridor, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia and the outer world. Azerbaijan has also disrupted the electricity and is regularly cutting the gas supply to the region. As a result, the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh are on the verge of a humanitarian catastrophe. Meanwhile, Azerbaijan announced at the highest level that it can lift the blockade for all those who want to leave Nagorno-Karabakh. It is a creeping ethnic cleansing in making. In this context, I would like to underline that on February 22nd February this year, the International Court of Justice issued a legally binding provisional measure against Azerbaijan in the proceedings brought by Armenia against it, while unanimously rejecting Azerbaijan's request made in the parallel proceedings with respect to alleged laying of mines by Armenia. In the mentioned order, the court has found that there is an imminent risk of irreparable harm to Armenians' rights under the Convention for Elimination of Racial Discrimination and ordered Azerbaijan to take all necessary measures to ensure unimpeded movement of persons, vehicles and cargo along the Lachin corridor in both directions. The ICJ provisional measures are legally binding. However, thus far, Azerbaijan failed to lift the blockade of the Lachin corridor. Azerbaijan commits this crime amid the wide and truly global demand to open Lachin corridor, including by the UN Secretary General and the High Commissioner for Human Rights. In the same manner, Azerbaijan has failed to investigate the extrajudicial executions, torture, mutilation and desecration of the bodies of dead Armenian soldiers, including women, as was specifically called upon by the UN Special Procedure mandate holders. The UN human rights experts further emphasized that they still anticipate from Azerbaijan information on factual and legal reasons for the continued detention of the prisoners of war after the cessation of hostilities, and the measures taken to inform families of the disappeared about their fate and their exact whereabouts. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by expressing Armenia's firm conviction that the deployment of the UN interagency mission to the Lachin corridor and Nagorno-Karabakh is the bare minimum that the international community can do in these circumstances. The United Nations is bestowed with a universal mandate and should enjoy unconditional and unimpeded access to people in need. The United Nations human rights machinery should be utilized for saving lives, extending the necessary humanitarian assistance, and protecting the human rights of the people concerned. The world needs positive and successful cases of the application of international mechanisms, the ones that they were created and mandated for. The international system cannot afford to sustain yet another failure. And I thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Minister. Now, let me invite to the podium Her Excellency Adalisa Albertina Javier Reis Magno, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Timor-Leste. Madam.
Sua Excelência, Senhor.
Excellencies, President, I would like to begin by expressing our most sincere condolences and solidarity towards the victims and family members and all those affected by the natural disasters in Turkey and Syria. I would like to begin this statement by congratulating His Excellency Ambassador Václav Balek, Permanent Representative of the Czech Republic to the United Nations Office in Geneva, and the other members of the Bureau on their recent election to the presidency and vice presidencies of the Human Rights Council. We're convinced that you will show great dedication in your leadership of the Council, and that you will pursue the significant work and achievements of the Council. Timor-Leste will stand alongside you in your mandate and make a special contribution to the work of the Council. Excellencies, human rights are the cornerstone of Timor-Leste's foreign policy. In Article 8 of our Constitution, it stipulates that our country must promote and protect human rights in its foreign policy. I would like to express my esteem for the crucial role played by the Human Rights Committee in Timor-Leste's struggle for its right to self-determination. In this context, Timor-Leste reiterates its trust and firm belief in the mandate and the relevance of this Council for promoting and protecting human rights around the world. Against the backdrop of our cooperation with the mechanisms of the Human Rights Council and with a view to fulfilling our commitments, please allow me to recall Timor-Leste's third Universal Periodic Review conducted in January 2022 at the 40th session. That review led to 194 recommendations, 96% of which were accepted, that is 186 of the total, and my country plans to implement them. I am pleased to inform you that following those recommendations, Timor-Leste has acceded to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities as of the 17th of January this year. Ladies and gentlemen, all countries must maintain their commitments to promoting human rights for the benefit of all. Thus, even though there may be different perceptions, we must pursue our cooperation and promote dialogue at national, regional and international levels. Excellencies, even though some significant progress has been made, we constantly note that women and girls face violence and discrimination in all parts of the world. This is why Timor-Leste is fully committed to promoting gender equality and ensuring that all the women and girls of our country can exercise their rights. We're convinced that we must pursue our common aim of leaving no one behind. We would also like to underscore the importance of the freedom of expression and opinion. It is with this in mind that we have adopted laws and policies and implemented programs which foster the freedom of expression and opinion. Our efforts have been acknowledged by the World Press Freedom Index, which ranked Timor-Leste 17th out of 180 countries which were evaluated in 2022. I would also like to draw your attention to the impact of climate change on human rights. This is a phenomenon which has affected all nations, including Timor-Leste. Thus, my country supports the international recognition of the right to a healthy environment, the General Assembly resolution on human rights for a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and the mandate of this Council's Special Rapporteur for promoting and protecting human rights in the context of climate change. Excellencies, I would like to draw the Council's attention to the situation facing the Sahrawi people. We regret that there has not been more progress and that the referendum has not been held and the occupation continues. We reiterate our call for the right to self-determination to be granted to the Sahrawi people in line with the United Nations Charter. Similarly, Timor-Leste expresses its concern at the situation faced by the Palestinian people, and we defend a two-state solution. We have followed the war in Ukraine, which has now been going on for 1 year, with great sadness. We would like to make an appeal for solidarity and respect for international humanitarian law and human rights. Timor-Leste expresses concern at the precarious situation in Myanmar, and we support the solutions put forward by ASEAN, including the 5-point consensus. We hope that the country can finally achieve peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the donors and secretariat of the LDC's Trust Fund, which has made it possible for our active involvement and that of other LDCs and SIDS in the work of the Council. We hope that the fund will be replenished so that this group of countries can express its voice more clearly in the Council. Excellencies, I would also like to inform you that the government of Timor-Leste has decided to postpone its candidacy to the Human Rights Council back to the 2027-2029 period. We have learnt a lot from rebuilding a country devastated by war, so that we now have a stable and democratic nation which promotes the achievement of human rights for all, as well as our experience as a small island developing state. With this in mind, Timor-Leste believes that it can bring a different perspective to the Council. If we are to be elected, it will be the first time that Timor-Leste will serve on the Council. This would make the Council membership certainly more representative and diverse. Timor-Leste hopes that it can continue to count on your invaluable support for our candidacy. Excellencies, Timor-Leste remains steadfastly committed to pursuing our work with all of you so that we can achieve our common goal of promoting and protecting human rights for all humankind. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Madam. Now let me invite His Excellency Marci Lopez, Minister of Justice and Human Rights of Angola. Sir.
Senhor Presidente.
President of the Human Rights Council, ministers and high-ranking officials, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honoured to deliver this statement at the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council as the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Angola, João Lourenço. I would like to begin by stating loud and clear that the Angolan state is steadfastly committed to the highest international standards for human rights protection, defending democracy and a fully functioning state governed by the rule of law. Angola is a country which is governed by the constitution and the rule of law. This means to say that political power is based on the rule of law and is exercised by those who are elected in legislative elections. Thus, as a democratic state governed by the rule of law, Angola held the 5th multi-party legislative elections on the 24th of August 2022, which resulted in the re-election for his second term of the President of the Republic, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, and also in the election of a representative and diverse parliament. The elections were universal, free, fair and transparent, as attested to by national and international observers. I would also like to underscore for the first time the Angolan diaspora were able to vote, and we believe that this is a huge step forward in ensuring that those of our citizens who are living abroad can exercise their rights as Angolan citizens. I would also like to underscore that Angola is undertaking an overhaul of the state in order to bring its governance into line with the highest international standards of good governance. We're also strengthening our democratic institutions and further promoting, defending and protecting human rights. President, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But at the same time, the world faces true ordeal as a result of the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, this is an excellent opportunity for us to reflect upon various aspects of human rights, how to achieve and protect them, as well as to defend the dignity of the human person, freedom and access to justice. With this in mind, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that various mechanisms for promoting, defending and protecting human rights have visited our country. and we have had an opportunity to share and exchange ideas with them through dialogues. These institutional dialogues have been very productive and have covered both the public and private sectors, as well as accredited diplomats in Angola. This reflects the very positive spirit of cooperation between Angola and the international bodies responsible for protecting human rights. I would also like to underscore some of the government's actions to ensure the effective enjoyment of human rights in our country. Firstly, the implementation plan for the National Human Rights Strategy. This plan includes the establishment of local human rights committees. They comprise representatives of civil society, churches, traditional authorities, academia, human rights defenders, the judiciary, and representatives of local public institutions. Secondly, the National Action Plan for Combating Human Trafficking, and thirdly, the National Action Plan for Eradicating Child Labour. President, in the area of human rights, Angola will also hold the second awarding of the National Human Rights Prize in May of this year. This is designed to recognise outstanding initiatives for the promotion, protection and defence of human rights. We will continue to create a healthier environment for strengthening the rule of law, underscoring the need for public servants to fully respect the law and to put the dignity of human beings at the heart of our governance. Recently, Angola raised the status of human rights to a national security matter. This means it is regularly assessed at National Security Council meetings. We must also pursue our efforts to ensure that Angolan citizens are fully aware of their rights, freedoms and fundamental safeguards, as well as their respective civil duties and the impact they have on the lives of individuals and communities. Over the course of 6 years, the number of civil society organisations which are legally registered has increased from 300 to 900. I would like to conclude, President, by reiterating Angolan's support to the Human Rights Council. We remain loyal to our tradition of building bridges, as well as to the principles that we defend and the commitments that we assume. Thus, in the Council, we will promote constructive and inclusive dialogue because we believe that the achievement of human rights is an ongoing task. It requires everyone's contribution, and it's only achievable if we work together. The guiding principle of this work must be our people, because they are the holders of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now it's my pleasure to invite to the podium His Excellency João Gomes Cravinho, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal. Sir.
Senhor Presidente.
President of the Human Rights Council, Deputy High Commissioner of the Human Rights of the United Nations for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honoured to represent Portugal at the Human Rights Council, and to do so in Portuguese, which is the common heritage of almost 300 million people around the world. So this is an additional honour. Defending multilingualism is a constant priority of Portugal's foreign policy. I would like to begin, President, by extending my condolences and solidarity to the people of Turkey and Syria for the suffering caused by the recent earthquakes. I would also like to congratulate you, President, on your election, as well as Mr. Volker took on his appointment as the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Both of you can count on Portugal's full support for your mandates and our full cooperation for promoting the United Nations and all human rights through our foreign policy action. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of important anniversaries this year. It's been 75 years since the proclamation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and 30 years since the adoption of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Actions. Thus, it's worth recalling some of the principles contained in those founding documents. We must recall that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. We must also recall that when human rights have been scored, this has resulted in outrages which continue to offend our collective conscience. We must also recall that all human rights, be they civil, cultural, economic, political or social, are indivisible and interdependent. We must also recall that states have a triple obligation to respect, protect and realise all human rights. These cannot be empty words. We must rediscover the transformative potential of these documents. They are our guidance and we must breathe new life into them and rekindle the spirit that led to their adoption and also rekindle the very contents of their articles. President, we face many challenges in 2023. My continent, Europe, once again is haunted by the spectre of war, the illegal and brutal war caused by Russia, and we must lose no opportunity to condemn it. But around the world, Asia, Africa, and also the Middle East, we see that armed conflict, tension, violations of human rights are gaining ground. And we've also seen, very worryingly, that there is backsliding and persistent violations of the human rights of women and girls. We have seen that there is racism, xenophobia, which are also challenges to the solidity and cohesion of our communities. Portugal will always put human rights at the heart of its governance and our public policies. At the same time, we must ensure that policies are guided by the founding principles of human rights, such as respect for human dignity, equality and non-discrimination, freedom to participate. As no state can work on its own, and as human rights are universal, we must fight for a new impetus to be given to multilateralism with the United Nations at its heart. This is why Portugal unreservedly supports the Secretary-General's work through our common agenda and the call for human rights. These are vital for defending the multilateral system. We also defend equal human rights, with the three pillars being given equal resources. You can't have peace and security without human rights, and you can't have sustainable development without human rights. So this is why we are calling for the Human Rights Council to be raised to the rank of a main body of the United Nations, and that its work be in tandem with Security Council initiatives. We must strengthen the international human rights protection system. We need an effective system which prevents human rights violations and abuses. But when they do occur, we must ensure accountability for their perpetrators. We must safeguard the independence of the High Commissioner and his office. We need a broad system which strengthens the treaty body system as well as the Council and its various mechanisms, including the Universal Periodic Review and all the special procedures. We need a system which is open to dialogue, which includes civil society and protects human rights defenders from reprisals. President, Portugal will not shy away from this effort to strengthen the multilateral human rights system. We will play an active part in it. Here in Geneva, we will continue to lead the group of friends on the national mechanisms for implementing, reporting and follow-up on international human rights recommendations and obligations. In a few days' time, as we have been doing since the 1980s, we will submit a resolution to the Council on the achievement of economic, social and cultural rights in all countries, and also together with Brazil we'll be submitting a resolution on mental health and human rights. In June we will submit a resolution on the right to education. We're proud of being one of the major contributors to the Trust Fund in recent years, which allows for small island developing states and least developed countries to take part in the work of the Council. We will also pursue efforts in other areas which we consider to be priority: abolishing the death penalty, promoting gender equality, fighting racism, protecting the human rights of young people and migrants, and enshrining a human rights-based approach to HIV/AIDS, as well as in the area of drug policy, and implementing the right to a clean environment and the responsibility of businesses in the area of human rights. President, we cannot neglect our obligation to ensure the human rights of migrants, because we were one of the first countries to adopt an implementation plan on the Global Migration Compact, the one-stop shop that we have in our local and national centres for supporting migrants' integration, has been recognised as a good practice at international level. We're proud of being one of the countries which draws the fewest distinctions between migrants and our citizens in the areas of social protection, access to health and education. Against this backdrop, and having seen his exemplary work during his first mandate, Portugal is proud to be fully committed in ensuring the reappointment of António Vitorino for a second mandate as the Director General of the International Organisation for Migrants later this year. President, I will come back to the start of my remarks by recalling that in this year of anniversaries we must get back to the basics of international human rights law. We must ensure that we respect the human rights of all human rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now it's my pleasure to invite to the podium Her Excellency Joana Gomes Rosa Amado, Minister of Justice of Cabo Verde. Madam, please.
Thank you, President. President of the Human Rights Council, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. President, the Cabo Verde delegation congratulates you on your election, and we wish you every success in your mandate. On behalf of the government of Cabo Verde, I would like to begin by expressing our most sincere condolences and solidarity to the people of Turkey and Syria for the huge loss of life resulting from the earthquake which has affected your countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in recent years the international community's attention has been focused on efforts to eradicate and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Like many other states, Cabo Verde has shown great resilience during this challenging period. Since 1990, our tourism industry grew rapidly, which allowed us to achieve significant economic growth and reduce poverty. more quickly than any other African nation. But like the rest of the world, Cabo Verde has seen its tourism industry face huge setbacks in 2020, leading to the destruction of many jobs and testing our health system. But our government supported its people in their resilience, and we have combated this disaster tirelessly. Despite the difficulties in transport, logistics for getting vaccinations to all 9 islands, we have vaccinated 70% of adults, which is the third highest rate in sub-Saharan Africa. We have also managed to overcome the setbacks caused by the drop in tourism. We have provided safe conditions for tourists. The World Health Organization has stated that the COVID-19 was a turning point. So there are now many countries in this room who can concentrate on doing more than merely combating COVID-19. We must seize this opportunity to focus our energy on combating long-standing human rights abuses. The priority must be the abolition of the death penalty. The death penalty violates the right to life as well as the right to live free from torture. It's frequently used as a response to non-violent action such as adultery, and has been increasingly used as an intimidatory tactic to put a stop to peaceful public protest. In addition, death sentence regularly goes along with other human rights abuses such as torture and solitary confinement. Over the past 60 years, global public opinion has turned against the death penalty. Over 70 states have abolished it either in law or in practice. In December 2022, 3 new African states voted in favour of the 9th resolution for a moratorium on the death penalty. Cabo Verde has never used the death penalty because the right to life is a universal human right. Thus, we believe that the necessary conditions have been created for abolishing the death penalty throughout the world, so the Human Rights Council could be able to turn its attention to other urgent issues such as the right to development. This right is based on the Declaration on the Right to Development. It focuses on establishing an international economic order which promotes the development of all countries, including the least developed countries and small island developing states. It's absolutely vital that we make economic development a priority for all states and peoples. We must also bear in mind that the right to development reiterates the same kind of universal respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms which we must take into consideration when we discuss the abolition of the death penalty. Abolishing the death penalty and ensuring the universal right to development are 2 vital steps for ensuring that we have a fairer world. We have no way of knowing when another pandemic or major global crisis will strike. And this could divert our attention away from some of the most basic human rights abuses which continue to afflict us every day. President, in November of this year, Cabo Verde will present its Universal Periodic Review report. This is an opportunity for you to take stock of developments in promoting and protecting human rights in our country over the past 5 years, and we hope that you will all be present on that occasion. Cabo Verde is also standing for election to the Human Rights Council for the 2025-2027 period. Throughout our history as an independent nation, we have shown a high level of support for human rights in the areas I've mentioned and in many others as well. We continue to be committed to defending human rights. This is our flagship. Thus, with your support, we hope to have the opportunity to work to improve human rights throughout the world as a member of the Council. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Madam Minister. We will continue with the video statement delivered by His Excellency José Manuel Álvarez Bueno, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain.
Dirijo hoy de nuevo a este Consejo en uno de los momentos más complejos desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial para reafirmar el compromiso de España con un orden internacional basado en el respeto.
The sound quality is not good enough for interpretation.
Se cumplen 75 años de la adopción de la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos que reconoció por primera vez en la historia la igual
I have an
dignidad
announcement that we are having the difficulties with the interpretation. So can we start again, please? Sound quality is not very good.
Uno de los momentos más complejos desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial para reafirmar el compromiso de España con un orden internacional basado en el respeto de los derechos humanos y el multilateralismo. El próximo mes de diciembre se cumplen 75 años de la adopción de la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos que reconoció por primera vez en la historia la igual dignidad y el derecho a todos.
The sound quality of the video is not clear enough for the interpreters to be able to follow what the speaker is saying. Thank you for your understanding.
Que nos hemos comprometido colectivamente a respetar. Por eso, la defensa de la declaración es uno de los pilares de nuestra respuesta a los retos actuales.
I'm again being informed by the interpreters that the quality of the video is really bad, so they cannot translate. So maybe we can try to ask the Spanish delegation to provide us with a new video and to use another slot for the presentation. So please, Secretariat, stop the video and we will continue with another speaker. Thank you. I'm really sorry for the quality of the video. We'll try to sort it out bilaterally with the delegation of Spain. But now let me invite Her Excellency Helena Maris Kida, Minister of Justice, Constitutional and Religious Affairs of Mozambique, to the podium. Madam, thank you.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Very good morning to you all. President of the Human Rights Council, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honoured to represent the government of the Republic of Mozambique at this, the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. I do so reaffirming our respect for the promotion, protection, defence of human rights. I address this high-level segment in the Portuguese language. This is a language with over 260 million speakers across the Americas, Africa, Asia and Europe. So we hope that Portuguese will become an official language of the United Nations in the near future. I would like to welcome and congratulate the appointment of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, and the President of the Human Rights Council, Václav Balek. On the 3rd of January 2023, Mozambique became a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the two-year period 2023-2024. Our motto is peace and international security and sustainable development. In this light, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, declared that we begin our mandate determined to use the humble experience of Mozambique in building peace through dialogue in order to contribute in a relevant fashion to building a more peaceful, harmonious and prosperous world. Mozambique is committed to defending the promotion of international peace, particularly on the African continent, the link between climate peace and security, the role of women and young people in peacekeeping, and combating terrorism and other evils that threat international peace and security, and searching for more opportunities for developing countries in international decisions through reforming multilateral institutions during our mandate on the Security Council. As part of our international obligations, particularly in institutional mechanisms, we adopted a presidential decree on the 18th of April which establishes the Interministerial Commission for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law. This is a government body which will coordinate the preparation of reports and other communications by experts from regional and international bodies on human rights and international humanitarian law, as well as for the follow-up and implementation of recommendations at a domestic level. I'd like to highlight the work that we have carried out on implementing mechanisms, and thanks to our cooperation with our partners, we have drawn up the following documents: the action plan for implementing the recommendations of the third cycle of the UPR. The aim of this is to promote compliance with the recommendations and gradually improve the human rights situation in Mozambique. We've also drawn up a multi-sectoral action plan on albinism for the period 2023 to 2027. The aim is to ensure that people with albinisms can enjoy their human rights against a backdrop of respect for the democratic rule of law and greater tolerance for differences. We've also drawn up a national plan for preventing and combating human trafficking. The aim of this is to eradicate this phenomenon, particularly amongst women and children. President, Mozambique remains committed to promoting gender equality and women's rights. We have made some important amendments to the family law, the General Statute of Civil Servants and the Criminal Code. Child protection has been strengthened through the adoption of the law against early marriage. This completely prohibits the under 18s from being married before they reach the age of majority, and it foresees prison sentences from 2 to 12 years for offenders. Mozambique is also acceding to the voluntary principles on security and human rights and the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. With this in mind, we must underline the progress made to establish the National Working Group on these matters. This brings together government institutions, the private sector and civil society. The aim of this is to promote multi-sectoral dialogue linked to implementing the voluntary principles, as well as the establishment of a technical group in the province of Cabo Delgado. I'd also like to point out that last year we ratified 2 international instruments, and these were the Protocol for the African Charter on Human and People's Rights relating to the rights of older persons in Africa, and the Protocol to the African Charter of Human Rights relating to the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa. I would also like to take this opportunity to state that we are currently undergoing the procedure for ratifying the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and its respective optional protocol. Thus, this strengthens our commitment to the 9 United Nations human rights core conventions. President, I would also like to recall that we welcome recommendations made in response to the humanitarian crisis in Cabo Delgado. with the arrival of troops from the Republic of Rwanda and the SADC State of Alert Force, the situation has been stabilised and we are seeing that people are voluntarily returning to their homes. The government, with this in mind, approved the programme for resilience and integrated development of northern regions. The main aim of this is to promote the recovery and resuming basic conditions for economic and social development. With this in mind, I carried out a mission to the province of Cabo Delgado earlier this month, namely in the districts of Palma, Mocimbo da Praia and Macomia. The aim is to convey the government's commitment to establishing the presence of state institutions, to monitoring the process of internal registration for displaced persons and restoring state infrastructure which was destroyed by terrorist attacks, namely courts, prosecutor's office, citizens assistance and sponsorship offices, registry and notary offices, as well as other facilities for criminal investigation services. Rebuilding and stabilising the Cabo Delgado province requires partnerships, and thus we intend to organise an international conference of donors for rebuilding and stabilising Cabo Delgado. We will inform you of the date in due course. We have made this province our priority because we have some internal resources and we can mobilise resources from our partners. In this context, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the UNDP for its efforts, because it is that UN body which is implementing the Stabilisation Recovery Project in the province. President, we need to have a cross-cutting response to terrorism which combats deep-seated causes of radicalisation and violent extremism. Fighting this phenomena must be able to count on all our efforts, but any such action must fully respect human rights, fundamental freedoms and the rule of law. Mozambique supports the drafting of a legally binding international instrument on transnational corporations and other business entities in the field of human rights, with a view to ending impunity and promoting their social responsibility and respect for human rights. We also recognise that there are certain factors, specifically the adverse effects of climate change, have an impact on the full and effective enjoyment of human rights by vulnerable people. So I'd like to take this opportunity to inform you that climate change continues to be a challenge for our country. Recently, in southern Mozambique, more specifically in the Maputo province, floods occurred. 4,000 homes were totally or partially flooded by the rainfall. The government and other stakeholders are currently undertaking operations to alleviate the suffering of those affected. President, I would like to conclude by reiterating Mozambique's trust in the Human Rights Council to constantly strengthen member states' capacity to achieve their human rights obligations, and so that they show universal effective respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and safeguard human dignity and values. I would like to thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Minister. The last speaker for this morning is His Excellency Zacarias da Costa, Executive Secretary of the Community of Portuguese Language Countries. Sir.
President, Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished delegates, I am honoured to be able to participate in the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We are commemorating the 10th year of the CPLP's participation in the works of the Council. So I would like to underscore the very significant achievements made by our member countries in recent decades. Human rights are in the very DNA of the CPLP, and they permeate the community's activities. They are one of the founding bedrocks of the community of 9 member states. They are culturally diverse and they cover 4 continents, but they are brought together by a common language, and thus they build ties of solidarity and cooperation amongst each other. I'm very pleased to observe that the CPLP is a death penalty free area, and we pursue many projects and initiatives to promote economic, social and cultural development, the right to free and good quality education, the right to mobility and decent work. I would also like to show that we put people's prosperity and the planet's prosperity at the heart of our action. Fighting climate change is one of the major challenges that we face as a community. The CPLP also aims to strengthen its cooperation with the United Nations, notably by increasing the participation of the CPLP and its member states in the work of the Human Rights Council, and also through our efforts to establish national human rights institutions in all member states. We also strive to build institutional capacity for reporting to the human rights treaty bodies. We are also building the right to an adequate diet in partnership with the FAO. And when it comes to child labour, we're working to fight it in conjunction with the ILO, and we're working to defend and promote the human rights of persons with disabilities. Excellency, it's impossible to build a world in which everyone can fully enjoy their human rights on an equal basis without peace. So we are very concerned to see the outbreak of international conflicts which undermine the international stability which has been so painstakingly won over the past century. In order to tackle the difficulties we face, we must strengthen our investment in multilateralism. We must build more inclusive dialogues so that we have more inclusive and resilient societies. We must find collective responses to our problems. The community of Portuguese-speaking countries will continue to deploy efforts day in, day out for the purposes of peace, justice and equality. And with this in mind, I would like to draw your attention to the CPLP's endorsement to Brazil's candidacy for the 2024-2026 mandate in the Human Rights Council, as well as the candidacies of Cabo Verde for 2025-2027 and Timor-Leste 2027-2029. The election of members of the CPLP would reflect your recognition of the work of the members of the CPLP in the area of human rights over the past 26 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as I've already announced, this was the last speaker on my list for this morning, and we will have now a short break in order to rearrange a little bit for the continuation of the high-level segment. But now let me close the fourth meeting of the 52nd session. Thank you for your participation. We can start, yeah? Excellencies, distinguished participants, I hereby declare open the 5th meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with the high-level segment. I have the honor to give the floor by video to His Excellency Mr. Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. The video, please.
President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to address the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. I wish to congratulate His Excellency Václav Bálek of Czechia on his election as President of the Human Rights Council. We look forward to working with you during 2023. I also wish to congratulate His Excellency Volker Turk, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, for his recent appointment. Our support to OHCHR is unequivocal, and I look forward to continue our fruitful collaboration with your office. Mr. President, a year ago, Russia's brutally devastating war was just 4 days in. This Council acted quickly at a special session with the establishment of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry in Ukraine to ensure accountability. A year later, the devastation in Ukraine continues. Civilian infrastructure is indiscriminately targeted. Civilians are being left without the most basic necessities in the dead of winter. Children have been forcibly deported away from their families to Russia. Thousands of Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled the largest population movement due to the conflict in Europe since the Second World War. The war's repercussions have been severe, and not only in Ukraine. This act of aggression is having worldwide implications, including on food security and energy supplies. Last Friday, as UN Security Council President, I presided over a meeting recalling the first year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The meeting was a sobering reminder of what is at stake if those who have pledged for over 77 years to act as guardians of the UN Charter fail to do so. Mr. President, this year we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We welcome the High Commissioner's focus on upholding the human rights obligations we have all freely subscribed to. We also welcome the work of the human rights treaty bodies, as well as the HRC's special procedures and investigative mechanisms in identifying human rights issues that require the attention of member states. Malta continues to support the Human Rights Council in all its activities, including its work on justice and accountability, and the Universal Periodic Review. We are also proud to be among those member states that have presented their midterm review following the third UPR cycle. Mr. President, we remain concerned about the appalling human rights situation in different countries. In Afghanistan, we are seeing the reimposition of laws and the restrictions that have eliminated women and girls' public space, closed their schools and restricted them from any form of employment. Peaceful protesters are also facing severe restrictions in Belarus and Russia. In 2022, this Council acted to respond to the deteriorating situation in Iran at its special session in November and established a fact-finding mission. We urge Iran to fully cooperate with the mission and to take all necessary measures to ensure that women's rights are fully safeguarded. Syria is another situation of concern. We urge the Syrian authorities to act decisively and abide by their international obligations to protect the rights of their citizens. Mr. President, Malta continues to advocate further strengthening for the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons. Similarly, we need to be ever mindful of the plight of children, particularly in conflict areas, as highlighted in our UNSC presidency event earlier this month on children and armed conflict. Our work at the HRC should result in allowing children to be children, enjoying their childhood, families, and right to education. The Safe Schools Declaration can serve as a beacon for children to receive an education in a safe and enabling environment. Gender equality is an essential part of our life as a nation. While challenges remain, Malta is working hard to overcome stereotypical pressures that may hinder women's activity and their role in society. In 2022, we in fact published our gender equality and mainstreaming strategy, an action plan focused on creating an equal society and overcome discrimination and structural inequality. Mr. President, media freedom and the safety of journalists are vital components in our democratic society. Over the past years, we have decisively acted to strengthen journalists' role in promoting free and open debates, and we are committed to continue doing so. Combating racism is another challenge we all face. The government has implemented the I Belong program, which provides a framework specifically tailored for the integration of migrants into society. While there is more work to be done, we are convinced that integration is a key issue in combating racism. Furthermore, implementation of our national anti-racism strategy is continuing on the basis of the pillars of equality, diversity, interaction, and participation. Mr. President, human rights are often described as the United Nations' third pillar, and thus a vital component together with security and development. All member states, large and small, should prioritize implementation of international human rights standards. Only in this way can our citizens' individual rights be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor via video to His Excellency Mr. Geoffrey Onyema, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria. Video, please.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, let me, on behalf of the government of Nigeria, congratulate you, Excellency, Mr. Václav Balej, on your well-deserved election as President of the 17th cycle of the Human Rights Council. I take this opportunity to also congratulate other members of the Bureau. As you assume the huge responsibility of leading the work of the Council in the year 2023, rest assured of Nigeria's unwavering support and cooperation in the discharge of your mandates. Permit me to further seize the opportunity to congratulate other newly elected members of the Council and pledge Nigeria's commitment to supporting you in the realization of the solemn mandate of this Council. It has always been my utmost pleasure to address this meeting over the years on many important issues, and today, not least because it will be the last time I address the Council in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our world continues to grapple with multiple and interlinked global dynamics, including the sad reality of the last COVID-19 pandemic, challenges of irregular migration, knowledge gaps, climate change crises, and the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine that have led to the three-dimensional predicament of food, energy, and financial crises, among others. Notwithstanding these known challenges, however, Nigeria remains firm and resolute in its commitment to deepen collaborations with stakeholders in the onerous efforts to overcome the crises that daily confront humanity through sustainable and resilient recovery strategies. In this regard, the government of Nigeria will ceaselessly continue to explore multiple alternatives and enabling environments for renewed economic activities to attain socio-economic well-being for the teeming millions of its citizens. Indeed, the government has continued to prioritize the expansion of the sub-segment of the agricultural sector through varying degrees of incentives for the micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. The overall objective being the need to create millions of jobs for our people. And indeed, one of the laudable initiatives put in place by the Central Bank of Nigeria, known as Anchor Borrowers Program, has prioritized self-sufficiency in food production and promoted pathways to sustainable agriculture. Mr. President, one global issue that has profoundly impacted local economies is climate change. Climate change reduces opportunity and prosperity, and many have exploited these challenges to expand transnational organized crime. To mitigate the impact of climate change-related disasters such as flooding, soil erosion, desertification, air pollution, and related challenges, the government of Nigeria embarked on measures that address critical ecological challenges across the country. Notwithstanding the sad experience of multiple flooding across many parts of our nation last year, Nigeria has taken practical steps to adopt a national climate change strategy as part of efforts to sustainably achieve our global net zero aspiration and mitigate these avoidable environmental and ecological challenges. The government is committed to carbon credits as a vital tool for achieving Nigeria's climate goals, while demonstrating considerable readiness to finance sustainable economic development. The global economic downturn has led to higher public debt at unprecedented pre-pandemic sovereign debt ratios. This is further exacerbated by international lending systems that deny developing economies sustainable borrowing rates. Without ambitious actions, vital public financial resources will continue to be channeled to creditors at the expense of domestic health, social intervention to assist the poor, and meeting other socio-economic financing needs. Nigeria therefore underscores the urgent need for member states to stand in solidarity in the renewed call for a review or total overhaul of the international financial and debt architecture. Mr. President, equality of all and respect for human dignity are essential and core principles of nation building. We have continued to reposition and strengthen the capacity of our security agencies through a robust security sector reform to combat all forms of security challenges that daily confront us as a country, while also making considerable progress with support from friendly countries as we work assiduously to address multiple security challenges. At the regional level, Nigeria continues to work tirelessly with other friendly member states of the Economic Community of West African States and other regional blocs to collectively address the problems of terrorism, piracy, transborder crimes, illicit drug and human trafficking. Also in addressing the challenges of unconstitutional change of government. Need I underscore, therefore, the need for all UN member states to work closely and concertedly to tackle many of these challenges that daily threaten civilization, as well as the ongoing efforts being made in the accelerated implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, in concert with the dictum that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Mr. President, Nigeria is at an inflection point in history, considering our recently concluded general elections 3 days ago. The government of Nigeria recognized that good governance is nurtured through free, fair, credible, and transparent elections, and sustained by strident efforts to uphold standards and democratic norms. Nigeria invested hugely to strengthen the framework for free and fair elections. Consequently, I am delighted to announce that His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari's administration will, among other laudable achievements, be warmly remembered for having bequeathed a sustainable democratic culture by signing the Electoral Act 2021 as amended, with landmark provisions that guarantee transparency and inclusive electoral processes. May I seize this opportunity to reiterate the deepened commitment of the government of Nigeria to continually abide by the rule of law and advancement of the fundamental freedoms of its people. As the world marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, our collective actions must recognize, acknowledge, and deepen the promotion and protection of cultures and the human rights of all, and not the rights of a few. It is by ensuring this sole objective that one of the most important panaceas for the attainment of international peace and security will be attained. I must not conclude these remarks without firmly expressing in the strongest possible terms a condemnation of all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Nigeria reaffirms unequivocal support for and commitment to the effective implementation of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. Member States and relevant stakeholders must demonstrate unwavering commitment to the philosophy of Ubuntu by frontally and concertedly condemning all manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia in their countries. Mr. President, in keeping with our obligations as member states of this noble organization, and as Nigeria prepares for election to the Human Rights Council, the government and people of our nation will continue to work to uphold the tenets of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I reiterate the full and resolute cooperation of my delegation with instituted human rights mechanisms in line with acceptable norms, rules, and statutes of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Finally, permit me to re-echo my words during the 49th session of the Human Rights Council last year on the imperative to address a deliberate slide in our work as it relates to the politicization of human rights issues and noticeable doublespeak in the international human rights system and advocacy. As member states of the United Nations, the time-honored tenets of multilateralism and guiding principles of human rights must remain the gold standard. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor via video to His Excellency Mr. Mario Adolfo Bucaro Flores, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Guatemala. The video, please.
Señor Presidente.
President, I'm honored to address the Human Rights Council on behalf of Alejandro Giamatti Falla, President of Guatemala. I would like to congratulate Ambassador Václav Balek on his election to the presidency of the Council. Guatemala will provide you with its full support as you go about your mandate with the other members of the Bureau. 1 year ago, the brother country of Ukraine suffered the use of force and unjustified aggression by the Russian Federation. This terrible situation is one which we condemn, and we condemn the Russian Federation's actions which have violated human rights, the principles of international law, and had global impacts. President Jatamay has a number of occasions stated that we cannot fall silent when humans are suffering, when the shadow of death hangs over us because of senseless wars. More than ever, we must promote democracy, peace, and diplomatic solutions to disputes. Guatemala is a pacifist nation. We respect international law unless we call for a ceasefire and end to this dreadful war. The solution must respect sovereignty, Ukraine's territorial integrity, and human rights, as well as the security of all countries in order to build international peace and security. President, on the 10th of December, we will be commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's one of the most important documents ever adopted by the United Nations. This provides us with an opportunity to rekindle its spirit and honour the achievements we have made without forgetting outstanding challenges for the world. Much of the potential of human rights is to inspire and help us build a better, fairer, and more prosperous world. I would like to reiterate my country's resolute commitment to defending human rights and fundamental freedoms for everybody without any distinctions. In order to build a fairer, more sustainable future, President, we must ensure that everyone's voice can be heard, including that of indigenous peoples. That's why Guatemala will work both domestically and internationally to promote their rights. We urge all states to commit to the full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We shall continue to foster measures for universal recognition of their rights and to ensure that Indigenous peoples can take part in the work of the United Nations, particularly the councils. With that in mind, we will give our full support for implementing measures so that we can achieve this noble aim. Similarly, Guatemala supports all the activities undertaken in the framework of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. We recognise their vital importance for social inclusion and cohesion, as well as the cultural rights, health and justice rights of Indigenous peoples. They contribute to sustainable development, help preserve biodiversity because of their ancestral and traditional knowledge, which brings humanity closer to nature. Guatemala also welcomes the holding of the first session of the Permanent Forum of Persons of African Descent. We reiterate our support for drawing up a universal declaration to promote the full respect of their human rights. Guatemala respects its commitments as a founder member of the United Nations. We're fully committed to strengthening all UN bodies and to have an open policy of cooperation with the Council mechanisms. Thus, we give special priority to a constructive and respectful dialogue. This was reflected by our participation on last 25th of January in the fourth cycle of the UPR. We'd like to thank those who took a constructive part in that dialogue and the support provided by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for building national capacity to implement accepted recommendations. Similarly, we will continue to cooperate with human rights treaty bodies. In October of last year, Guatemala was reviewed by the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and we will shortly be submitting our periodic reports to the Committee Against Torture on the ICCPR, on the rights of the child and the rights of persons with disabilities. In the spirit of cooperation, I'm pleased to inform you that Guatemala is running to be a member of the Human Rights Council for the 2025-2027 period. May I recall that we were part of the Council at its very outset during the period 2006 to 2008 and again from 2010 to 2013. We hope to have your support and we will thus make an active contribution which is also objective, transparent, for promoting and protecting the human rights for all. We also appreciate the cooperation provided by the UNHCR country office in Guatemala led by Mr. Mika Caner Vavwari. Guatemala is a sovereign democratic country. According to our constitution, international laws in the area of human rights prevail. We're committed to strengthening our democracy, and that's why we fully respect the principle of non-interference in internal affairs and the sovereignty of other states. We're working to strengthen our institutions and to achieve a robust and resilient democracy. That's why we will be holding legislative elections on the 25th of June this year. I would like to round off by reiterating that prevention is vital for avoiding human rights violations in any part of the world. We must have an effective and relevant multilateral system. That's why the United Nations values self-recognition of challenges and cooperation amongst member states. Cooperation must follow national priorities, particularly the unity of member states. That's how we will be able to fight current challenges together and build a better world. Thank you.
I have the honor to give the floor via video His Excellency Mr. Ratislav Kasher, Minister of European and Foreign Affairs of Slovakia. Video, please.
Distinguished President of the Human Rights Council, Ministers, colleagues, honorable guests. The beginning of the high-level segment of the Human Rights Council in 2022 coincided with the start of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. I deplore that after a year, the war is still going on and continues to have a devastating impact on human lives. In times like this, the Human Rights Council needs a strong and principled leadership. I congratulate you, Ambassador Balek, on assuming the presidency of this body, and I wish you a successful mandate. You can count on Slovakia support in your endeavor. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine has been shaping our work in the HRC. Let me point out one of the false pretexts that led to the Russian war, of the aggression, the alleged violation and deprivation of the rights of persons belonging to Russian minority in eastern Ukraine. Yet the fact is that it is Russia and its armed forces which have caused massive violation of human rights in Ukraine. These war crimes and gross and systematic violations of human rights and international humanitarian law leaves a deep scar on the whole population. I therefore strongly appeal for a robust international approach in investigating these inhumane crimes. We owe it to the victims and the survivors in Bucha, Mariupol, Izium, and civilians in other Ukrainian cities. They rightfully turn their expectation towards the United Nations and the grantor of peace and justice, and we cannot let them down. For us, the bottom line is clear. There must be no impunity for those committing these crimes. The Human Rights Council already made an important step in holding those responsible for human rights violations accountable, and I consider essential that the Commission of Inquiry established by this body a year ago as a response to the Russian brutal aggression will continue to implement its mandate, and that we will use the tools at our disposal to bring perpetrators to justice. Yet what Russia has been doing in Ukraine should not be seen in isolation. The war has revealed substantial decrease of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in Russia. Repressive legislation and police targets against human rights defenders, political opposition, media, and journalists follow the one and only objective: to silence any remaining independent and critical voices in the country. If not addressed, we will witness a gradual collapse of civil society, independent media in Russia. I therefore call on this Council to continue addressing human rights situation on the ground. Mr. President, the human rights situation in Belarus has been with the Council for quite some time. However, with exceeding the number of political prisoners, about 1,000, it has never been as urgent as today. Whatever action the HRC will take towards Belarus, it should reflect the sharp deterioration of human rights in the country. We need a specific and targeted response to the ongoing persecutions by Lukashenko regime against its own population. To put it simply, this must stop. Let me now turn to domestic situation in my own country. Over the past couple of years, Slovakia has become a vocal advocate for media freedom and safety of journalists. A story of an extremely brave individual has compelled us to take on this mission. A week ago, we marked 5 years since journalist Jan Kuciak was murdered in Slovakia, and he paid the highest price for doing his work, while exposing frauds and corruption committed by, at the time, political and business elites. This was a watershed moment for the whole society. Not only this was a crime against an individual, it was an attack on our fundamental values, because democracy and the rule of law were directly targeted by this appalling act. At the same time, the killing of a journalist has led to profound legislative and policy changes in my own country. Likewise, we have strengthened our foreign policy engagement in support for media freedom and safety of journalists. They deserve our utmost attention. We must guarantee they will be able to report freely with no restrictions and no interference. They cannot be faced with a choice between publishing the truth or saving their lives or protecting their families. And so the access to objective and fact-based information, both online and offline, must be respected. Slovakia will support more active engagement of the Human Rights Council in defending media freedom and freedom on the internet. These freedoms are key to strengthening democracy and building resilient societies. Mr. President, last year we witnessed dramatic human rights violations and abuses that within conflicts and crises in many parts of the world. Hence, the upcoming 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights later this year will be no time for complacency. Rather, we need to recommit common understanding of human rights belonging to every single person. We need to protect and strengthen multilateral human rights system as we know it. We don't need to reinvent or rewrite it, but we have to implement what we have already agreed upon. The Human Rights Council must remain firm in addressing human rights violations and abuses worldwide. Its credibility as the main UN human rights body depends on how credible are its 47 members. They must lead by an example. And on the other hand, I see it as our joint task that we do not let those who commit war crimes and other gross human rights violations to become members of this noble body. In these challenging times, the newly appointed UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has a more enormous task. He must restore trust in confidence in human rights. To this aim, Slovakia will support his efforts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor via video to His Excellency Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. Please, the video.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 1 year ago, Russian forces invaded Ukraine in blatant violation of international law. Since that day, Russia has waged an illegal, unjustified and unprovoked war against Ukraine, targeting civilians and infrastructure. This brutal war causes enormous destruction and inconceivable human suffering. Austria clearly reiterates its unwavering support and solidarity with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian government and with the people of Ukraine. Independent experts have meticulously gathered evidence of serious human rights violations and breaches of international humanitarian law in Ukraine. We must ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable. There must not be impunity for these war crimes. Austria fully supports the efforts of the ICC, the Commission of Inquiry in Vienna, and the OSCE Moscow mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of a systemic competition for the principles of international law and the universality of human rights. This poses a fundamental threat to all of us. Barely 13% of countries worldwide are still fully fledged democracies. We are a minority, and we have to be willing to fight for our way of life. Many people around the world experience violation of the human rights on a daily basis. This requires our full attention and decisive action. At a time of perma-crisis, we have to make sure that our joint commitment to the universality of human rights and the rule of law remains a top priority. Human rights are the foundation for free societies and thriving communities. Austria has always been and will remain a strong supporter of the international human rights system. Together, we must resist all attempts to undermine our open and free societies. As our world unfolds increasingly in the digital space, the need for our rights to be respected both online and offline becomes even greater. We also need to ensure that human rights are respected in the development of new technologies. Existing international legal norms must be fully implemented and effective in all areas of life. Excellencies, I'm deeply concerned about the alarming humanitarian situation in many places, such as Afghanistan, Iran, Belarus, Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, to only name a few. In recent months, the dire human rights situation of Afghan women and girls has even worsened. The erosion of women's rights and the exclusion from public life is totally unacceptable. Women and girls must be able to participate freely and fully in all aspects of public and private life, without threat of violence, reprisals, or intimidation. In Iran, there have been waves of protests in recent years, demanding justice, equality, and respect for human rights. These legitimate calls for human rights have been met with unnecessary and disproportionate violence and repression. Let me be clear. Women and girls must be able to participate in public life on equal footing with men. Young people need to know that they can express their opinions peacefully and freely without fear of arrest and imprisonment. This is why women's rights and gender equality continue to be at the front and center of Austrian foreign policy. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Human Rights held in Vienna in 1993. As a contribution to the Human Rights Anniversary year 2023, Austria, together with the High Commissioner and prominent human rights defenders, is organizing a high-level human rights symposium in Vienna on the 6th of June. Let me be clear, the universality of human rights is not subject to negotiation. Any attempts of relativization or challenge are unacceptable. We can only move forward on our common commitment to human rights if we return to the spirit of Vienna, where all human rights are placed on an equal footing. Protecting and defending human rights requires continuous commitment and effort. Without human rights for all, there can be no lasting peace, no long-term security, and no sustainable development. In this endeavor, you can count on Austria's unwavering support. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor of via video to His Excellency Mr. Alain Ganou, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, Minister for Land Transport and Light Rail of Mauritius, via video. Video, please.
Secretary General of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, President of the Human Rights Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to express my congratulations to Ambassador Balek of the Czech Republic on his assumption of the post of President of the Human Rights Council for the year 2023. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the events we are set to commemorate this year, namely the 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30 years of the Vienna declaration and program of action serve as an important reminder of our common commitment to upholding human rights, which are universal, interdependent, and indivisible, and are the foundation for peace, justice, and development. Human rights can only be advanced in a context of peace and security and a conducive environment for development. During his New Year's greeting 2023, the United Nations Secretary General laid emphasis on the importance of peace. To some, peace is the absence of war. For a small island developing state like Mauritius, peace would improve the ability to deal with climate change and help curb rising food, commodity, and energy prices. The long-lasting effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, and the accelerating effects of climate change have severely impacted the advancement of SDGs and are affecting basic human rights. The rising cost of living around the world has driven many families into poverty. We therefore need to find the most appropriate ways to address these concerns so that the present and future generations are given the best possible opportunities and the safest world possible. Despite the obstacles to economic growth arising from COVID-19, the government of Mauritius took several measures to alleviate difficulties faced by our people, such as free distribution of food and medicine to the most vulnerable, the provision of the self-employed assistance scheme, the introduction of the wage assistance scheme, especially for those earning less than 50,000 rupees per month, that is USD 1,250, and the small and medium enterprises, the SMEs, interest-free loan scheme, and other fiscal incentives. However, the provision of social protection for the people, including the continued grant of universal and free health care, free education till tertiary level in all public institutions, pensions to the elderly, widowed, and orphans can only be sustained in a context of global economic progress. Going forward, Mr. President, Mauritius will continue pursuing actions to further promote and protect human rights. Today, climate change is a universal reality. No single country is spared by its impacts, and no single country can fight the effects of climate change alone. Floods, droughts, and extreme weather conditions have become part of our lives. As a result, adaptation measures are increasingly being prioritized as compared to mitigation measures. Last year, I informed the high-level segment of the enactment of the Children's Act 2020. With the coming into force of this act, the minimum age for marriage is now 18 years in the Republic of Mauritius. Mauritius has equally promulgated the Child Sex Offender Registration Act and set up a children's court. The first objective of these landmark pieces of legislation is to ensure that the rights of children are better protected and an adequate regulatory framework is put in place. While continuing our engagement with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mauritius welcomed last year another mandate holder, namely the Special Rapporteur on Sale and Sexual Exploitation of Children. She was the fifth to visit Mauritius in recent years. We take on board observations of mandate holders and we renew our collaboration with them. As part of the fourth cycle of the Universal Periodic Review, Mauritius will be submitting its national report in October. We look forward to informing the Human Rights Council in January 2024 of the progress achieved in the field of human rights in Mauritius since our last review in 2018. Mr. President, in concluding, Chair, let me thank all Member States for their increasing support to the Trust Fund, which has been set up to facilitate the work of LCDs and SIDS in the Human Rights Council. Since its establishment, the Trust Fund has financed the participation of over 180 delegates from the 72 eligible countries. We reiterate our appreciation to the donors who continue to believe in the benefit of building capacity to advance human rights. Their continued support speaks strongly to us on their vision of human rights. I assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation during your mandate, Mr. President. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor via video to His Excellency Mr. M. Bogdan Lucien Oresco, Minister des Affaires étrangères de la Roumanie, via video. Video, please.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Václav Balek, Permanent Representative of Czechia, on presiding the Human Rights Council and assure him of Romania's full support. I also congratulate the High Commissioner Volker Turk on his recent nomination and on the substantive work already undertaken to promote and protect human rights, particularly in these very difficult times. In that context, I wish to express Romania's full support to the independence of the High Commissioner and his office.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, this is the first session in which Romania takes part as a voting member of this Council after its previous mandate in 2014. We are grateful for your support and for your trust. Romania will remain true to its commitments, its long-standing tradition of strong engagement to multilateral diplomacy, international rule of law, the respect for international human rights law, and universal values. Romania's determination to bring a valuable contribution to peace and security, development and human rights is as stronger as ever. Human rights are universal, inalienable, indivisible, and interrelated, and there is no human dignity without human rights. Our position remains firm and principled. Human rights violations should be approached appropriately whenever and wherever they occur. And upholding a resilient international world order is critical at this very moment. Political and economic tensions are mounting, eroding democracies and impeding our aspirations for peace, stability and development. All states have the responsibility to take action to respect, protect and fulfill human rights within and beyond their borders. The international legal order must be protected at all costs, and the implementation of the global human rights system must be strengthened. This is an urgent necessity and not an option. The unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is also a war on the right of a nation to freely choose its own destiny and a war against democracy. As we have recently marked 1 year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I would like to reconfirm Romania's firm and unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. The UN General Assembly resolution on principles for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, also co-sponsored by Romania and adopted on February 23rd with a wide majority, is a clear, determined call for peace based on the principles of the UN Charter. Our condemnation of unacceptable atrocities, human rights and international humanitarian law violations should be further and further articulated. No effort should be spared towards ensuring accountability for the crimes committed by the Russian Federation in Ukraine and towards reparations to the many victims. Romania values the efforts by the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights to document cases of conflict-related sexual violence against women and girls, as well as of other serious violations of international humanitarian law and human rights of prisoners of war. Ukraine's victory can only be defined by Ukraine itself. It is its own legal and moral right. In turn, we must continue the multidimensional support efforts for enhancing Ukraine's resilience and resistance against the ongoing aggression of the Russian Federation. We need to engage in a consistent international dialogue and coordination on the post-conflict reconstruction of Ukraine based on a comprehensive and well-grounded plan. Other massive challenges also call for the international community's swift response. We welcome the UN appeals for Turkey and Syria after the recent devastating earthquakes. Romania has been one of the first countries to react and has delivered humanitarian aid to both countries. Whether we speak of war or natural disasters, both types of crises bring immense human suffering, human rights violations, but also massive economic costs for reconstruction. Your Excellencies, in these turbulent times, reinvigorating our commitments to universal values and fundamental principles couldn't have been timelier. The High Commissioner and his office initiative to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action are commendable. Mr. President, dear colleagues, human rights, democracy and rule of law are quintessential for this Council's activity. It is also our first mandate priority as member of this Council. We thank the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for their efforts to organize 4 editions so far of the Forum on Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law. Romania will continue to foster such discussions by initiating a new draft resolution during the current session. The resolution will inform the 5th edition of the Forum in 2024 and aims to bring into attention the important links between democracy and climate change. We look forward to working with all member states for its consensual adoption by the Council. As for the other main priorities of our mandate, we will be working towards protecting and promoting human rights of women and girls, countering discrimination, xenophobia and racism, and enabling freedom of expression. Dear colleagues, I wish you and your delegations fruitful debates and deliberations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor via video message to His Excellency Mr. Subramanian Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India, via video. Video, please.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as the President of the Council and assure you of my delegation's full cooperation. Let me reiterate that India remains steadfast in its commitment to take all possible steps to ensure fullest enjoyment of basic human rights of our people, including good governance and inclusive and sustainable development. As a member of the Council, India works with other members of the Council as well as observers towards building consensus with a view to ensure that the Council is able to fulfill its basic mandate. We give equal priority to all basic human rights, whether civil and political or economic, social and cultural, as they are indivisible and interdependent. Further, we will continue to extend our cooperation, as in the past, to the Office of the High Commissioner and various other mechanisms of the Council, including special rapporteurs and universal periodic review. As we mark 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and 30 years of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, I would like to underline that the universality of all basic human rights. They embody India's civilizational ethos and democratic values, the edifice on which contemporary India is being built. It is a happy coincidence that India has also been celebrating 75 years of our own independence. The strong framework of our secular and democratic polity has served us well in this journey. Our Constitution guarantees civil and political rights as fundamental rights. It also has provisions for the progressive realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. Our independent judiciary has been playing its expected role in that regard, as indeed have our media and civil society. Our approach to human rights reflects our experience as a developing country with a strong sense of global solidarity. Our civilizational ethos, which envisages a strong commitment to the welfare of entire humanity, ensures harmony between our domestic and international policies. Mr. President, the last 3 years have been difficult for the entire world, and developing countries have been hit the hardest. Challenges of the COVID pandemic, rising prices of fuel, fertilizers and food grains, and growing debt burdens have adversely affected the enjoyment of human rights by people globally. Our collective efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals have been seriously set back. We believe that sustainable and inclusive development is the key to the enjoyment of various basic human rights. During the past 75 years, we have made tremendous progress in our own development journey. India's model of SDG localization has successfully integrated the 2030 agenda from national to local governance all the way to individual households. Under Prime Minister Modi's vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas, that is inclusive governance and development with everyone's participation, trust and contribution, India is steadfastly committed to ensuring a life of dignity for our people. During the COVID, hundreds of millions accessed free food and received money in their bank accounts. All this was done through digital delivery without discrimination of any kind. The same objectivity and fairness characterizes our social welfare programs, our health access, and ensuring basic facilities. We have accorded a high priority to gender inclusion and empowerment of women. In fact, we endeavor to promote a woman-led development. India has also been at the forefront of recognizing and protecting the equal rights of transgender persons. We have taken several steps with the objective that business enterprises respect human rights. With our abiding commitment to ensuring food and nutrition security, we have decided to continue the supply of free food grains to the poorest households for the next year. To ensure universal health coverage, we are now implementing one of the world's largest programs to provide accessible and affordable health care to over 500 million beneficiaries. Nearly 96 million connections to clean cooking fuel have been provided to poor households to specially safeguard the health of women and children. And over 78 million households have been provided tap water connections since the launch of the Water is Life Jal Jeevan mission in 2019. All these steps have enabled people to enjoy the basic human rights. Mr. President, India has always played an active role in global promotion and protection of human rights, including through our development partnerships. Our partnerships have focused on building capacity and development of human resources, as well as infrastructure, in accordance with the priorities of our partner, while abiding by principles of fiscal responsibility, transparency, and viability. Our international development assistance to 78 nations, that includes grants and soft lines of credit, speaks of this approach. Our commitment was also evident in our response to the COVID pandemic. We have supplied vaccines to 99 countries and 2 UN entities, as well as medicines to over 150 countries. Mr. President, we have been at the forefront of dealing with other global challenges which adversely impact on human rights, especially terrorism. India believes that the world must resolutely display zero tolerance in this regard. After all, terrorism is the most indefensible violation of human rights and has no justification in any circumstances. Its perpetrators must therefore always be held accountable. Mr. President, we have taken a lead in bringing together international coalitions such as the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for the Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, as well as in helping other countries to address the challenge of climate. Mission Life, launched recently by Prime Minister Modi alongside Secretary General Guterres, promotes a sustainable way of living based on values of conservation and moderation through a mass movement. During our G20 presidents, it will be our endeavor to find viable solutions for the various crises confronting the international community. So let me conclude by reiterating that India will continue to take all the requisite steps to ensure that we meet all our human rights obligations and ensure that our people enjoy all their basic human rights. We will also continue to contribute to global promotion and protection of human rights, including through our development partnerships. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor via video His Excellency Mr. Rogelio Maita Maita, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia, via video message.
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished observers, brothers and sisters, it is an honor for me to address you on behalf of the government of the plurinational state of Bolivia, a member state of this council, which is now beginning its 52nd session. We wish to start our participation today recalling that human rights are not a privilege nor a gift. They are an inalienable set of attributes for all human beings, everywhere in the world, under any political banner. It is the duty of states and international organizations to defend those and ensure that none of us loses them or has them restricted. That is the importance of the work that we are starting here now. Unfortunately, a good deal remains to be done. A multidimensional global crisis is affecting millions of people, testing the ability of the international community to provide effective responses. The economies of the countries of the Global South are suffering the effects of the imbalance left behind by the COVID-19 pandemic. Inequalities and shortages of resources have worsened, both in the Middle East with the recent disasters and in Eastern Europe with the military conflict. It is urgent to think now about humanity's future. We cannot afford to ignore the fact that climate change is a daily disaster, which we must remedy in order that our brothers and sisters may be able to live decently, produce their food, and stop Africa's lifeblood being lost through displacement and enforced migration. It is not possible that we help to rebuild our shared home without guaranteeing food, shelter, work, health and education for all. In that context, Bolivia is promoting the culture of peace, cooperation and dialogue through diplomacy of the peoples for life. We believe in a world where everyone's voice is heard without distinction. To achieve that, multilateralism is the mechanism that guarantees respect and cooperation among states, independently of their economic or military power. In addition to the war, we also have a duty to end hunger and poverty. It is crucial that we strengthen gender equality and provide drinking water for all of humanity. The effective enjoyment of human rights is also related to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. I reiterate and reaffirm Bolivia's strong commitment to implementation of those. To achieve those goals, Bolivia has launched the Economic and Social Development Plan 2021 to 2025, rebuilding the economy to live well, towards industrialization with substitution of imports, in order to achieve a society and a state that are more inclusive, participatory and democratic, applying the good living approach. In that context, and thinking about a world that is trying to build back after the pandemic and in the midst of a climate crisis, we have started to build our future around the following pillars. Economic diversification with industrialization and substitution of imports. Job creation, equitable distribution of income, strengthening of citizens' rights, and strengthening of the fundamental rights of the Bolivian people, and protection of Mother Earth. Mr. President, ensuring the promotion and protection of human rights involves protecting life and dignity in all their forms. And today, while we hear every day discussion of arms, a new arms race, it is difficult to understand who is right and what road to follow. We perhaps should be leaving aside the arguments and returning to dialogue with just one item on the agenda, leaving wars and death behind. Otherwise there will be no planet, no life, and no human rights to protect. Bolivia has lived sustained by hope, and we would like to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Park Jin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Video, please.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, let me start by offering my heartfelt condolences to those affected by the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Korea stands in solidarity with the people of these two countries, and we are committed to supporting recovery efforts in any way possible. I also wish to congratulate Mr. Volker Turk on his recent appointment as High Commissioner. Under his able leadership, I'm confident that the OHCHR will fulfill its critical role of promoting human rights in all corners of the world. Mr. President, today we find ourselves at a turning point in history. The world is facing conflicts and divisions on a scale not seen in decades. The challenges we face today, from the ongoing war in Ukraine to the economic downturn and climate change, have far-reaching implications for human rights. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we should draw inspiration from its visionary mission to address these global challenges. The Declaration serves as a reminder that human rights are essential for freedom, justice, and peace. And as a nation aspiring to become a global pivotal state, or GPS, Korea is committed to working towards this end. At home, we recently ratified the International Convention on Enforced Disappearance, as well as the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And globally, Korea will continue to engage constructively with the Human Rights Council with a focus on the following areas. First, we recognize the significant impact of new technologies on human rights and made it a priority to address their implications. In this regard, we will table our third resolution at the 53rd session to make meaningful progress on this important topic. We look forward to working closely with member states on this resolution. I also wish to share that Korea is creating a digital Bill of Rights. The bill aims to define the right to enjoy digital technologies. We believe this will help to shape a global digital order that prioritizes human rights and dignity. Secondly, we believe the Council should play a greater role in assisting developing countries build capacity to advance human rights. This can be achieved by providing technical assistance, sharing best practices, and mobilizing resources. To this end, Korea is dedicated to sharing our experiences and providing funding through OHCHR. Thirdly, we recognize that as crises escalate, the most vulnerable, especially women and girls, bear the brunt of the impact. And as a country with a history of women and girls being victimized as comfort women, we are committed to advancing the women, peace, and security agenda. In this regard, under our Action with Women and Peace initiative, we are providing a global platform for dialogue and galvanizing action to uphold the rights of women and girls. In fact, at our latest conference, we tried to shine a spotlight on Asian women fighting for peace on the front lines, including the women and girls in Afghanistan. Finally, Korea hopes to continue working with the Japanese government to restore the honor and dignity of the comfort women and help heal their psychological wounds. Mr. President, last week marked 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine. The impact of the war on civilians has been devastating, with thousands of lives lost and many more uprooted. As the High Commissioner noted, accountability is one of the remedies to heal the wounds of war. Allegations of violations of international humanitarian and human rights law must be thoroughly investigated, and perpetrators must be brought to justice. We call upon UN human rights mechanisms for broader engagement to this end. While it is important to remain focused on Ukraine, we cannot overlook other parts of the world that demand our attention, especially North Korea. As one of the most repressive regimes, North Korea has a long history of human rights abuses. 10 years ago, the Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the DPRK was established. The COI had issued a report concluding there were systematic, widespread, and grave human rights violations in the country. Since then, despite the relentless efforts of the international community to improve the rights of the North Korean people, the situation in the DPRK remains dire. The recent COVID-19 measures have only worsened the already precarious humanitarian situation. Severe economic hardship and malnutrition continue due to the diversion of resources to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. And the draconian law adopted in 2020 further denies the right to information of the North Korean people. Simply watching or sharing South Korean movies is now punishable by death. This is no longer acceptable. North Korea needs to prioritize promoting the rights of its people rather than sustaining its regime. We also urge North Korea to immediately release South Korean nationals detained in the North. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to inform you that Korea submitted its candidature to the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 27. And we humbly ask the support of all member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor via video message to His Excellency Mr. Josep Borrell Fontelles, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Video, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what are human rights? They are about the dignity of human beings, and they do not belong to any state. They belong to the people. They are universal. They apply to everyone, everywhere, without distinction. They are universal, indivisible, interdependent. This is what our United Nations member states stood for 75 years ago, when the Universal Declaration on Human Rights was adopted. And this was reconfirmed by all United Nations member states 30 years ago in the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action. 30 years ago. Sadly, human rights are challenged more than ever around the world, all around the world, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from Belarus to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, from Myanmar to Ethiopia. We cover the 4 cardinal points. In Ukraine, almost 8 million have fled the country, the majority of whom are women and children. At least 6 million people are internally displaced and millions need humanitarian assistance. Russian attacks on civilians and civilian critical infrastructure amount to war crimes. The suffering must stop and perpetrators held to account. In Afghanistan, remember in Afghanistan, 2 years ago, the Kabul fall, the Taliban continue to systematically violate fundamental human rights of the Afghan people, particularly women and girls. They are denied their right to education, confined to their homes, and have no space in public life. This is a gender apartheid. 20 million Afghans, 70% of the population, need humanitarian assistance. The European Union stands by the Afghans, especially by Afghans women. In Iran, the death in custody of Mahsa Amini has shocked the world, not only the Iranians. And we have seen brave Iranians attempt to exercise their rights. And we are appalled by the use of the death penalty, both publicly and in my direct contact with the Iranian authorities. I have been calling for an end to these executions. Excellencies, no country and no region has a perfect human rights record. Certainly not. And that includes the European Union. Our member states have traveled a long and painful journey, especially in this 20th century. We wish to share those experiences and lessons learned. But let me be clear. We will not accept any violation of the United Nations Charter. We, the European Union, will not accept any justification for the discrimination of other human beings on whatever basis, nationality, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, disability, age, or caste. All United Nations members have a duty to prevent and ensure accountability for human rights violations and abuses, no matter where they occur. Members of the Human Rights Council and of the United Nations Security Council have a particular obligation that comes with membership. We support High Commissioner Turk and the independence of his office. I welcome the High Commissioner's independent report on the human rights situation in Xinjiang and expect China to address their recommendations. Universality of human rights makes them not subject to negotiations. Indivisibility between ESC rights and civil and political rights, economic and socio-economic rights and civil and political rights, is neither subject to negotiation. Excellencies, multilateralism is essential to achieve global peace, security, and development. There is no country that can address global crisis alone. So let's make this 2023 the year in which we together turn the tide for human rights. That's the moment to do that. Let's engage, let's commit with this endeavor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor via video message to His Excellency. Oh, it's not video message, yeah? His Excellency Mr. Govinda Prasad Sharma Koirala, Advisor to the Prime Minister on Peace and Human Rights of Nepal. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Mr. Vice President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my great honor to address the high-level segment of the 25th session of Human Rights Council. Firstly, allow me to congratulate Mr. President, for your election. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the High Commissioner for Human Rights for his appointment. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President, the suffering of the people in relation to enjoying human rights and human dignity continues to rise due to growing conflict and lack of fulfillment of basic needs of the people. As we are commemorating the 75th anniversary of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we call upon the international community to realize and make concerted efforts for the universal promotion and protection of human rights. Mr. Vice President, the government reiterates Nepal's total and unequivocal commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights. The Constitution of Nepal guarantees most of the human rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Under the Constitution, not only the civil and political right, but also economic, social, and cultural rights are made enforceable. In addition, the Constitution provides for a national protection of human rights system by establishing independent national institutions. Similarly, the Constitution guarantees judicial independence, rule of law, freedom of press, and civic speech, among others. Mr. Vice President, recently, Nepal successfully conducted free and fair periodic elections at all levels of the government. In line with the constitutional provision, we have been implementing inclusive principles to enhance the participation of the marginalized section of the society in the governance structure. For example, the election have resulted in over 33% of women's representation in the federal and provincial parliaments and 40% at the local level. Mr. Vice President, Nepal's legal framework strictly prohibits sexual and gender-based violence. Harmful traditional practices against women and girls are outlawed. Sexual and reproductive health rights of women and girls are protected. We have also ensured the protection of the rights and identity of sexual minorities. We have pledged to eliminate child labor and child marriage. Caste-based discrimination is strictly prohibited by law, and such acts are being strictly investigated and perpetrators are brought to the justice. The Constitution guarantees freedom of religion as a fundamental right. We believe that freedom of religion cannot be impaired by any coercion or monetary inducement for conversion. Mr. Vice President, we have already put in place a gender-responsive budgeting system. Recently, the government launched a second National Action Plan for implementing the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and 1820 on women, peace and security. Nepal places great value on the safety, security and well-being of migrant workers, and we have been engaged in bilateral, regional and multilateral forums for the protection of their human rights. Despite the impacts of the COVID pandemic, climate change and other crises, Nepal is committed to achieve SDGs by 2030. We are set to graduate from LDC status by 2026. Nepal is committed to achieve net zero emission by 2045. Mr. Vice President, Nepal continues to remain engaged with the human rights bodies and mechanisms. We have been responding to communication and are committed to submitting periodic reports to the treaty bodies. The government has launched combined 5th National Human Rights Action Plan 2022 to 2025 and implementation of the action plan of 3rd cycle of UPR recommendation 2021 to 2025. It is being implemented in collaboration with various stakeholders. The government of Nepal extending full support to all national human rights institutions, including National Human Rights Commission, to enable them to fully implement their mandates. Nepal is committed to ensure the compliance of the Paris Principle so that the National Human Rights Commission continues to enjoy its A status. Mr. Vice President, Nepal reaffirms its commitment to conclude the transitional justice process and provide justice and reparation to the victim of conflict. As we move towards establishing reconciliation in society. In this endeavor, we will be guided by the Comprehensive Peace Accord, the directives of the Supreme Court of Nepal, and the relevant international commitments, as well as the concerns by the victims. For this purpose, after conducting nationwide consultation with the relevant stakeholders, including the victims, amendment of the Enforced Disappearances and Truth and Reconciliation Commission Act 2021 was tabled in the Parliament in July 2022. Because of the expiry of the tenure of the Parliament, the bill could not get through. It is in the highest priority of the government, and the new amendment bill will be tabled in the Parliament soon. The amendment proposal recognizes reparation as a right of the victim. I assure you that Nepal has a capacity to conduct the peace and transitional justice process, giving full respect to aforementioned standards. Let me assure that under Nepal's transitional justice process, there will be no amnesty in the cases of serious human rights violation. Finally, Mr. Vice President, as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council, Nepal wishes to underline the importance of upholding the approach of genuine dialogue and cooperation on human rights agenda. States should adopt an objective, non-selective, and impartial approach and should refrain from politicization of human rights issues. In the Council, Nepal has been calling upon states to engage in diplomacy and dialogue and resolve disputes through peaceful means, and to protect human rights of all, including women, girls, and children under all circumstances while respecting international human rights and humanitarian laws. My delegation wishes a successful conclusion of this session. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor to Son Excellence, Madame Bibata Nibi Ouedraogo, Ministre de la Justice et des Droits de l'Homme, chargée des relations avec les institutions, garde des Sceaux de Burkina Faso. You have the floor, ma'am.
Monsieur le Président du
Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, Mr. High Commissioner for Human Rights, heads of delegations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, President. Allow me to extend my warmest congratulations to you on your assumption of the position of the President of the Human Rights Council, and to thank you and your entire team for the excellent work done in preparing for this session. My delegation assures you of its support and is confident that under your enlightened guidance, this session will reach a successful outcome. My congratulations also go to Mr. Volker Türk on his appointment as High Commissioner for Human Rights. Mr. High Commissioner, I wish you the best of success as you carry out your mission and assure you of the willingness of Burkina Faso to support you and cooperate with you throughout your mandate. Allow me to take this opportunity to especially commend the excellent cooperation that Burkina Faso has with the Office of the High Commissioner. This cooperation was reinforced with the signing of a headquarters agreement and led to the opening of an office in Burkina Faso, which we welcome. We also support the assistance provided on the ground, given the extremely difficult security situation in my country. Mr. President, this session takes place in a difficult international context, given challenges to human rights worldwide due to terrorism, the proliferation of hate speech, natural disasters, and numerous crises and conflicts. These phenomena test human rights and represent numerous challenges which cannot leave the international community indifferent. And therefore, my delegation would like to extend once again the condolences of the Burkinabe people and government to the people of Turkey and Syria, which were struck by the devastating earthquakes recently. Mr. President, Burkina Faso, since 2015, has had to face a security crisis marked by recurring terrorist attacks. This situation has led to human rights violations and an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. At the 31st of January 2022, more than 1 million IDPs were recorded, of which 58% women and children, and a significant proportion of women. More than 1 million students have been affected by the closure of over 1,000 schools. In order to face this situation of extreme vulnerability of internally displaced persons, the Burkinabe government has launched multiple initiatives focused on an integrated care and support provided to populations and families, as well as host families. Despite the numerous efforts made by the government, however, in order to counter terrorism, the security situation remains of concern to the point where it now threatens the very foundations of the nation and the sovereignty of the state. This has led to a governance crisis, which led to a change in the governance of the state in January 2022. The new Charter of Transition developed by stakeholders focuses on 4 priorities: to fight terrorism and re-establish our territorial integrity, respond to the humanitarian crisis, re-establish the state, improve governments, and improve governance and social cohesion. Mr. President, Burkina Faso would like to reassure the international community that it is firmly committed to live up to its international commitments, in particular as regards the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as of its determination to ensure the independence and the proper functioning of the judiciary. As we seek to restore this territorial independence, we have recruited national forces and internal law enforcers by a decree of the 17th of December, seeking volunteers to defend the nation. This is a general mobilization of the sons and daughters of the nation, the expression of patriotism in order to voluntarily serve the interests of their villages or the areas where they reside, in support of the armed forces and the domestic law enforcement forces, which have been sorely tried by the terrorist attacks. On this matter, Burkina Faso would also like to reassure all of its partners that the regulatory provisions provide a strict framework for the recruitment of volunteers for the defense of the nation on its territories, in order to ensure that this is carried out in strict compliance with human rights and human dignity. And for this purpose, a training program for the volunteers for the defense of the nation has been established and is being implemented. With the field office of the OHCHR in Burkina Faso, a training program for trainers for the volunteers of the defense of the nation is currently being carried out. My country is aware of human rights and humanitarian principles as a basis for fighting terrorism. And this further strengthens the judiciary and institutional framework and regulates the intervention of the armed forces and the security forces. To this purpose, judicial bodies have been sent to the regions concerned, and there are also other advisors supporting these units in order to report and record any possible human rights violations, to hand down reports and ensure the rights of those detained during any of those operations. The Assembly has amended the Judicial Code in order to take into consideration the placement of security operations under judiciary control. The armed forces and security forces regularly receive instruction on the content of international humanitarian law as it applies to the running of security operations in the country. And finally, allegations of human rights violations committed in the framework of fighting terrorism are systematically investigated by the judiciary in order to properly pinpoint those responsible and, if necessary, ensure accountability. We would like to reassert our faith in multilateralism. This session, which this year is held under, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, are of importance for all of us. In an international context marked by multidimensional crises, which have a significant impact on humanity, these two historic events, which have created the international humanitarian architecture, are more than ever important. The principles of indivisibility and interdependence of human rights must remain the very foundation of our collective response to our contemporary challenges. It is time for the international community as a whole make a commitment to a forthright cooperation which is respectful of states. And it is only in this way that we will be able to guarantee that human rights are indeed enjoyed by all and that sustainable development be available to all nations. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you so much.
I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, by video message.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I'm honoured to represent the Commonwealth at this eminent council. Our family of 56 nations, home to more than 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, is bound by history, shared interests, practical advantages, and shared values. 11 Commonwealth countries serve as members of this council. And since the last high-level segment, we have welcomed Gabon and Togo into the Commonwealth family. Everything we do flows from our charter and from the mandates of our heads of government. 2023 is the 10th anniversary of our charter, and human rights are its lifeblood, a central obligation and a cornerstone of our wider commitment to peace, democracy, and the most vulnerable. At last year's Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, Commonwealth leaders reiterated their commitment to the Charter. They underscored the importance of the right to freedom of expression through peaceful, open dialogue and the free flow of information, including through a free, independent, responsible, and pluralistic media. They highlighted the vital role of a vibrant civil society, including human rights defenders, in delivering good governance and democracy. They emphasized the importance of cooperation between member countries and national human rights institutions, and they ratified the Kigali Declaration on Childcare and Protection Reform, which seeks to protect Commonwealth children from all forms of discrimination and abuse, and enable them all to enjoy their civil, political, social, and cultural rights. In pursuance of these mandates, the Commonwealth Secretariat provides our member states with wide-ranging assistance, and we are proud to have enhanced our partnership with this Council. The Office of the Commissioner for Human Rights and with the whole international system. Indeed, our small states office in Geneva and New York enables continuous engagement with international institutions for the Commonwealth's 33 small states, 2/3 of the global whole. Mr. President, this Council meets at a time when the world is under immense pressure. We are tightly bound by a tangled knot of crises spanning global systems, the social, political, and economic consequences of COVID-19, crippling debt, rising inflation, and high interest rates, spiraling costs for food and energy, tremors of instability and conflict, and the increasingly harsh impacts of climate change. These are grave challenges. They interconnect, entwine, and worsen one another, and they require a level of international, political, and economic cooperation which is unprecedented in this century. All of us know that political, economic, environmental, and security crises threaten human rights. Systems can become overstretched, resources and attention can be diverted, and where rights are threatened everywhere, the most vulnerable are threatened exponentially. Women and girls are at greater risk of violence. Children are at greater risk of abuse, trafficking, forced labour, and forced marriage. People with disabilities are at greater risk of isolation, and people with protected characteristics are at greater risk of marginalisation. Mr. President, in the face of these harms, our international human rights frameworks are amongst our strongest tools. They are the legal and political expression of our humanity, our compassion, and our commitment to each other. And they must be at the heart of our collective action. This underlines why the work of this Council is of such primary importance, and I commend this Council's role in advocating for a global rights-based approach to combating climate change. The recommendations, decisions, and mandates which flow from this Council can change the world. We have seen it before, and we will see it again. So I urge you to be bold, because it is in the most difficult moments that the biggest difference can be made. The work of this Council can act as a vital safety net for the most vulnerable people, communities, and nations in our global family. And nothing could be better demonstrated that the doubters of multilateralism are wrong than success in that endeavour. Action from this Council can spark action around the world to protect those whose rights are threatened and can enable everyone everywhere to live more peaceful, purposeful, and prosperous lives. Mr. President and members of this eminent Council, in the pursuit of this most noble cause, you will always have a willing partner in me and in the whole Commonwealth Secretariat.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Mirjana Spoljevic-Egger, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark two important anniversaries. Both are testaments to our common humanity. And it's 75 years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights it is 75 years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted. For the first time, the Declaration enshrined a set of indivisible human rights that should be universally protected. And this year, the International Committee of the Red Cross turns 160 years. Over the decades, the ICRC has relieved suffering and promoted international humanitarian law that sets out the minimum standards of humanity in armed conflict. It is an impressive milestone, and one we should be proud of. These two anniversaries affirm the enduring relevance of international humanitarian law and international human rights law that are there to protect people and communities in times of armed conflict. Yet we urgently need to do more to enshrine and ensure their universal respect. It is evident, as on my recent visits to Ukraine, Mali and Syria, that armed conflicts continue to ruin the lives of millions. In Ukraine, I saw devastated cities, uprooted families, and shattered lives. In Mali, I saw women and children struggling for survival against the deadly combination of conflict, climate shocks, and the major food crisis. In Syria, I saw communities ravaged by years of fighting, suffering once again amid the destruction of the recent earthquake. In addition to the resurgence of international armed conflict in Europe, we are facing an accelerated convergence of global trends. The impacts of massive displacement, rising inequalities, and new technologies of warfare, such as cyber operations and autonomous weapons, is growing by the day. Authoritarian rule that disregards fundamental rights and universal norms, both at national and international levels, is on the rise. And human rights violations and war crimes are being committed every day with impunity. In times of armed conflict, both international humanitarian law and international human rights law set rules and obligations for states towards a common purpose: to protect the lives, health, and dignity of the people, and to preserve our shared humanity, even in the most dire circumstances, such as being protected from ill treatment when detained by an enemy state. These bodies of law are the best tools for states to ensure that the most vulnerable and most marginalized are protected from violence, arbitrariness, and discrimination. The International Committee of the Red Cross and the Human Rights Council work towards a common goal: to ensure states respect and uphold these rules. Our work is complementary and mutually reinforcing, yet with different approaches. The ICRC builds trust through confidential dialogue with all sides, based on principles of neutrality and independence. The Human Rights Council provides a public forum for reflection on interpretation, implementation of the laws, and accountability in the face of complex crises and challenges. At the time when multilateralism is challenged, the Human Rights Council represents a vital space for exchange. Today, my calls on states are urgent. Recognize your existing obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Preserve and spare no effort in implementing these laws, a hard-won and increasingly rare consensus which protects us all. Ensure that the needs and the rights of the most marginalized and discriminated people are addressed and protected, including in situations of armed conflict and violence. And preserve the space for neutral, impartial, independent humanitarian action. For the ICRC, it is our neutrality and our consequent ability to speak to all parties which allows us to access all people in need. My goal as President of the ICRC is to make international humanitarian law a political priority, again, for all parties to the Geneva Conventions, because I truly believe in their preventive character. International humanitarian law reduces the cost and human suffering caused by armed violence. It is our responsibility as the parties to the Geneva Conventions. It is your responsibility as the parties to the Geneva Conventions to prevent the escalation of bloodshed and misery. Each day you succeed in elevating respect for international humanitarian law and international human rights law, you are preserving our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and reconvene at 3 p.m. to continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the 5th meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I hereby declare open the 6th meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We will now continue with the high-level segment. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Eduardo Enrique Reina Garcia, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguido
Esteemed Vice President, esteemed United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I'm deeply honoured to address this, the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council, as the representative of Honduras and President Xiomara Castro Sarmiento. It's 75 years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was proclaimed. I would like to thank all those states that have supported us following 12 years of repression in our efforts to promote the right to development. We must have full respect for all human rights and fundamental freedoms. They are central to the right to development. Thus, we must respect self-determination to decide on development models. The right to development is being constructed at the moment. It will be strengthened with each country's contribution. And through these building blocks, we can set international standards. We agree with the Secretary General's and the High Commissioner for Human Rights vision. We believe that new life must be breathed into the Universal Declaration of Human Rights if we are to tackle the numerous crises we face. The Honduran government believes that all citizens must take part in social and economic development, political and cultural development in order to exercise all their human rights and the right to development. The right to development requires a national plan which respects the fundamental rights of the most vulnerable segments of our population. These are jeopardized by corruption and mismanagement of funds. Sovereign states must establish their cooperation priorities and strengthen international partnerships in order to ensure that there is concerted international cooperation and that there is a direct relationship between national governments and international financial institutions. There must be a humanist approach, and with that in mind, we would like to express our support for regional partnerships which put humans at the centre of all debates. As countries of the global south, we must deploy efforts in order to ensure the human right to development and the progressive achievement of economic, social and cultural rights. These require the effective participation of our populations. With regard to the High Commissioner's report on the human rights situation in Honduras, President Xiomara Castro and her government have shown that they are committed to promoting human rights and fighting corruption, as well as having an independent judiciary. This is why we have signed a memorandum of understanding for setting up a commission to fight impunity and corruption in Honduras. We will also fight organised crime because they have caused so much damage to our country. We call upon the United Nations to support us in these endeavours. High levels of poverty and inequality undermine the efforts to promote the rights of the most disadvantaged. This was particularly seen during the pandemic. Also, the imposition of unilateral coercive measures by certain countries and international organisations hamper development and prevent us from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a huge impact of these measures on countries which have suffered them for decades. The affected states and people who live in them cannot fully achieve human rights, despite the fact the United Nations has adopted a number of resolutions against these measures. So the rights to health, education, equal opportunities for women, adequate housing, and the rights of minority groups are jeopardized by these unilateral coercive measures. There must be a consensus in international financial institutions for flexible policies to be adopted for developing countries, as well as promoting development cooperation which is in line with achieving the SDGs. President, one of the major problems in our country is migration. The human rights of migrants must be protected. This is a task for all countries, be they countries of origin, transit or destination. This is because migrants face numerous human rights violations on their travels. We must tackle the world migration crisis because their human rights are being abused. As we have a female president, we're adopting gender-focused policies to tackle violence against women regardless of their social background. We have an open invitation to special procedures and we will work actively in the Council. We will support initiatives which provide significant progress towards the achievement of economic, social and cultural rights, including the right to development. President Castro's government has fostered structural policies to build capacity for the state to fulfill its constitutional mandate to ensure that everybody can enjoy access to justice as well as economic and social welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Akmal Sadeov, Minister of Human Rights of Uzbekistan. Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Dear Mr. Vice President, distinguished High Commissioner for Human Rights, dear heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to speak at the Human Rights Council session this year, which mark the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action on Human Rights. First and foremost, Mr. Turk, please accept our congratulations on your election to the important and responsible position of High Commissioner for Human Rights. We look forward to welcoming you to Uzbekistan soon. The Human Rights Council is called upon to continue to play a leading role in the observance and protection of human rights and freedoms in this important process affecting the fate of the entire world. We are committed to continuing to collaborate closely with Council members and all our partners to advance the United Nations a call to action for human rights. We express our gratitude for the active support of the international initiatives of Uzbekistan on the adoption of a resolution of the United Nations General Assembly enhancing the role of parliaments in accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the resolution of the Council of Human Rights, Youth and Human Rights. Dear participants, I would like to outline the priorities for further deepening democratic reforms in Uzbekistan. The development strategy of the new Uzbekistan was adopted in order to sustain the reform processes. The main essence of the development strategy are the defense of human rights, enhancing the role of civil society, eradicating poverty, combating corruption, and promoting sustainable environmental development. Our development strategy aims to uphold the principle of the leaving no one behind and is aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda. As part of our commitments as a member of Human Rights Council, first, fundamental steps have been taken to strengthen the system of state support for persons with disabilities in order to implement the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The second, the National Action Plan for Implementation of UN Security Council Resolution number 1325, Women, Peace and Security is being carried out with the participation of civil society organizations. Third, Uzbekistan joined the Declaration of Children, Youth and Climate Action in support of UN resolutions on the right to a healthy environment. Fourth, mechanisms for the protection and restoration of the rights of torture victims, as well as for ensuring the payment of compensation for material, moral and other damage, have been improved within the framework of the National Strategy for Human Rights at the legislative level. Fifth, measures are being taken for further improve the legal status of national preventive mechanism for the prevention of torture. This year we are expecting the visit of the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Dr. Alice Edwards. Constitutional reform is being carried out in our country with the active participation of civil society, the main goal of which is the implementation of the principal modern development of the country, man, society, state. We are grateful to the Office of High Commissioner, UNICEF, for the provided comments and suggestions on improving the draft of constitutional law. The Global Forum on Human Rights Education was held in December last year under the auspices of the Office of High Commissioner. I would like to take this chance to express my gratitude to the High Commissioner for helping to organize the Global Forum on Human Rights Education. Uzbekistan national program for human rights education in February this year. Dear Vice President, dear participants, Uzbekistan is always willing to engage in practical dialogue with the UN and its institutions, as well as a broad and mutually beneficial cooperation with all countries around the world. We have made significant progress in our interactions with the UN special procedures in a relatively short period of time. We have extended a standing invitation to all mandate holders to visit our country. We intend to continue to promote the establishment of a regional human rights mechanism in the Asian region. We also expect the Council to support the initiative to establish the position of Special Rapporteur on Youth Rights. Uzbekistan has launched an active campaign to commemorate the 25th anniversary of adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We intend to hold a special program of events to mark this anniversary. It was a pleasure to speak here today, and I wish a productive session. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gideon Timotheos Hasebon, Minister of Justice of Ethiopia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, in my address at the 49th regular session of this Council, recalling Ethiopia's long history of overcoming adversity, I expressed optimism and determination about the prospect of overcoming the security and human rights challenge we were facing at that time. I asserted that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and the Ethiopian people, in their collective wisdom, will opt for peace and reconciliation. Today, I am pleased to share with the Council the good news that the people of Ethiopia have indeed opted for peace and reconciliation. In an African-led and African-owned process, the government of Ethiopia signed on the 2nd of November 2022 the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities in Pretoria, the Republic of South Africa. This was a fulfillment of our desire to solve African problems through African initiatives while recognizing international and multilateral efforts as complementary to national and regional mechanisms. This has enabled us to commence a national consultation process aimed at adopting a comprehensive transitional justice policy focused on accountability, truth-telling, redress for victims, and healing and reconciliation. This effort is being laid within the framework of the Interministerial Task Force dedicated to implementing the recommendations of the joint investigation by the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission in a comprehensive and holistic manner. The government of Ethiopia has also requested the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission to deploy human rights monitors in the parts of the country affected by the conflict and to provide support in the design and implementation of a transitional justice mechanism that meets international standards. This request and the measures we have taken thus far amply demonstrate our commitment to improving the human rights situation in Ethiopia and our willingness to work with the international human rights system to advance the cause of human rights and respect the principle of complementarity. Mr. Vice President, following the establishment of the International Commission of Human Rights Experts in Ethiopia, the government, despite its strong reservations about the probity of its establishment, engaged with the Commission in an attempt to find common ground for cooperation. It is, however, regrettable to note that the Commission, which was established despite opposition from the African members of the Council, disregarded these efforts of the government to foster cooperation and opted to proceed in a way that was counterproductive and unhelpful. I take this opportunity to reaffirm the commitment of the government of Ethiopia to ensure accountability for violations of human rights and humanitarian law. In this endeavour, the government of Ethiopia will continue to work closely with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission to ensure accountability and redress in the context of the mechanisms to be established during the implementation of the transitional justice policy we are in the process of adopting. Mr. Vice President, our commitment to ascertain the truth, ensure accountability, provide redress, and foster reconciliation is rooted in the sense of justice and the desire of ordinary Ethiopians. It places the country on a solid footing for durable peace and progress. With the robust implementation of the peace agreement, peace shall prevail and justice shall be done. We rely upon the goodwill and support of this Council and its members as we endeavour to design and implement a transitional justice policy that meets the relevant international standards and takes into account Ethiopia's realities. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ivan Gil Pinto, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, Vicepresidente.
Thank you, Vice President. Cordial and brotherly greetings from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Constitutional President, Nicolas Maduro Moro. We would like to extend our solidarity to the peoples of Turkey and Syria who have been affected and bereaved by terrible natural disasters. Yesterday, the 27th of February, we commemorated the 34th anniversary of the anti-imperial rebellion of the Venezuelan people against the bourgeoisie. There was terrible repression against our people on that day, causing over 4,000 casualties in the framework of what has been globally known as the Carcasso. The systematic violation of human rights occurred in our country prior to that. So we pay homage to all those who we carry in our hearts, and it's thanks to them that we have built a state based on the rule of law and justice as enshrined in our Constitution. Vice President, 2 years on from the COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts on all spheres of life, we can see the deep inequalities and exclusion which persist throughout the world. This has been shown through the unequal access to vaccinations and the unequal enjoyment of the right to health. Venezuela has vaccinated all its target population. We have mitigated the effects of the pandemic despite the problems posed by the imposition of criminal, illegal and punitive unilateral coercive measures against our people. This block our access to inputs, medical inputs, equipment. We have been the targets of over 900 unilateral coercive measures and other criminal impositions, either directly or indirectly. This is a deliberate effort to destroy our economy and to bring about regime change. This is a flagrant violation of international law. $232 million have been retained by other countries. This is a crime against humanity and which is being brought before the ICJ. This is the follow-up to the colonial policies of the hegemonic powers. They wish to expand on the backs of fake news, trying to criminalize governments. They have launched failed assassination attempts and failed regime change attempts. Alisab is unlawfully detained in the United States. He is an accredited diplomat. He is facing unfair trial in the United States. The Council should make a statement on this case because this is a most egregious violation of human rights. Vice President, this Council, through its resolution, has on a number of occasions condemned the imposition of unilateral coercive measures. They have disproportionate human costs. And the Council, through the Special Rapporteur on the impact of UCMs on human rights, has made it quite clear in her reports of the negative effects of these measures, as has the current and previous High Commissioners. Nevertheless, Venezuela continues to make strides towards our economic recovery with over 15% growth in GDP last year. This was the highest rate of anywhere in the Latin American and Caribbean region. Thanks to sound public policy, we have managed to ensure appropriate food supply to our 30 million inhabitants. It is correctly distributed thanks to our local production distribution committees. For the first time in 25 years, we managed to produce over 18.4 million tons of food, and we handed over 500,000 new houses. So over 4 million free houses have been provided for the benefit of over 20 million people. We hope to achieve 5 million houses by 2025. Also in 2021, we implemented over 40% of social protection programs through the Patria platform. This has benefited people without any discrimination. Volker Turk visited Venezuela this year at the invitation of President Maduro. This visit took place in November 2022. There was a most transparent meeting with our authorities' social movements. It led to the signing of a 2-year cooperation and technical assistance agreement in the area of human rights between our government and the High Commissioner's office. This shows Venezuela's absolute will to further strengthen our human rights system, respecting the principles of sovereignty and non-interference in the domestic affairs of states, which is established in the United Nations Charter. In the same constructive spirit, we have extended an invitation to a number of special procedures mandate holders to visit our country. We are waiting a response. They will have a chance to see the country firsthand. Nevertheless, a number of special procedures have committed irregularities, such as the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, which regularly abuses international law with political attacks on Venezuela. We had a successful third universal periodic review in which we reiterate Venezuela's resolute commitment to human rights. In 2022, we defended 2 reports to human rights treaty bodies, and we're preparing the review of 2 other reports this year. 75 years on from the proclamation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and 30 years on from the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Actions, we reject double standards which continue to undermine the work of certain sectors in the Council. There are too many mandates instrumentalizing human rights. They have high costs for the office, money which could be devoted to technical assistance and cooperation. There are mandates which criminalize countries of the global south. Venezuela's action in the Human Rights Council will continue to strive for the promotion and protection of human rights in our steadfast commitment to peace. We resolutely call for strengthening the institutions of the Council, to stop politicization, to reaffirm the universality, indivisibility and interdependence of human rights, with everyone being treated equally without double standards. Human rights are often used by hegemonic countries to justify war and intervention, but they have committed some of the worst violation of human rights. Promoting, protecting and ensuring human rights are essential values of the United Nations. They cannot be used as a pretext for more violence and more violations. This would be an unacceptable sacrilege for the people of the world and for peace, which is what all humans are calling for. Venezuela sticks to peace, legality, the full respect for safeguards and the full enjoyment of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Al-Haba Muhammad Ahmad, Minister of Justice and Human Rights of Chad. Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Vice-Président,
Vice President, High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Chad, to congratulate the President on his election to head of the Human Rights Council. I would also like to congratulate the High Commissioner for Human Rights on the good quality of the report presented at the opening of our work. Finally, I would like to congratulate you for the actions taken to promote and defend human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, at this special occasion, the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council, I would like to convey to you the warmest greetings of solidarity and peace from the government of the Republic of Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, need we remind everyone that since its accession to international sovereignty, Chad has consistently endorsed international instruments, regional and sub-regional instruments, for the promotion, protection, and guarantee of human rights. Here we are talking about observing and ensuring that the hallowed principles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, proclaimed on the 10th of December 1948 by the General Assembly of the United Nations, are observed. Need we emphasize that the flourishing of political parties, civil society organizations, and human rights protection associations specifically are proof of this will. The establishment of the National Commission for Human Rights as one of the great institutions of the Republic, which enjoys independence and financial autonomy, enabling it to fully play its role as a national human rights institution, and the commitment of Chad to respect the fundamental values of human rights are also proof of this. It goes without saying that protecting the rights of women, young girls, children, persons with disabilities, refugees, displaced persons, and all vulnerable persons are one of the priorities of the government. Chad, my country, is experiencing an environment, to say the least, that we could say is characterized by instability and insecurity. Chad is the neighbor of Libya, the Central African Republic, Sudan, Nigeria. These are all countries that are ruled by conflicts of a variety of natures. These conflicts have led to movements of the population towards Chad, which has welcomed over 500,000 refugees on its territory. This massive flow of populations from neighboring countries is, of course, a significant economic burden on the national budget. Respecting the Convention of 1951 on the status of refugees, Chad is welcoming these people. Chad remains determined to honor all its commitments under conventions and international treaties that it has ratified. It also regularly submits periodic reviews for the consideration of the committee despite related difficulties. The government of Chad would like to commend the Human Rights Committee for taking the time to consider its second report related to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, Degrading Punishment and Treatment on the 2nd of November 2022, based on the relevant observations made by experts. In return, the government would like to reassure the committee that it is working hard to implement the elements of response that it received on each question. Chad is also preparing to write and transmit its fourth UPR in the coming months, as well as other initial and periodic reports. Ladies and gentlemen, in April 2021, armed groups coming from a neighboring country violently attacked the country. And during this attack, the President of the Republic, Idriss Déby Itno, was assassinated. This was an unprecedented event, to say the least. In facing such a serious situation, we needed to face a number of challenges. For one, dealing with the assailants, ensuring security in the country and institutions, and avoiding any possible civil war. A transitional government was established, a national dialogue that was both inclusive and sovereign was organized, and we are moving towards the restoration of constitutional order, which will be followed by free, democratic, transparent elections. This is the right time to warmly thank all partners of Chad for the spirit of solidarity they've conveyed through their multifaceted support of residents of Chad in these difficult times. Thank you very much to all of you. We have known decades of conflict and recurrent troubles. The protection of human rights is a process. It is something that is one of our long-term goals. We will never stop reiterating our request to the Human Rights Committee to play the role of our spokesperson with our partners in order, with a view to providing support to the government of my country and supporting its will to restore constitutional order and refound a new Chad that respects individual and collective freedoms. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Chad, our commitment to continuing our policy of promoting and protecting human rights, without which peace and stability will remain fragile. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Yuan Dausab, Ministry of Justice of Namibia, by video message.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Mr. High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council on behalf of the Republic of Namibia virtually. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Your Excellency, Mr. Václav Balek, on your appointment as President of the Human Rights Council and the distinguished members of the Bureau. You can count on Namibia's support as you steer the work of the Council this year. Namibia welcomes the High Commissioner and equally congratulate you, Mr. Volker Turk, on your appointment. I look forward to continuing cooperative engagements with your office and urge you to take concrete steps towards ensuring greater equitable geographical representation and regional diversity across the entire workforce of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Mr. President, as we mark the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, Namibia calls for the depoliticization of the work of the Council. Namibia therefore welcomes the Human Rights 75 campaign by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We hope this outreach campaign will reinvigorate and enhance awareness and implementation of the respect for the human rights and the fundamental freedoms of every person, irrespective of origin, ethnicity, or race. As the High Commissioner recently stated, the universal consensus around the UTHR is eroded when politics continue to undermine the effectiveness of the Council. The Human Rights Council remains the principal forum for the analysis, discussion, and resolution of human rights issues. To circumvent the fate of its predecessor, we must guard against continued politicization. Mr. President, human rights can only be enjoyed when the twin rights to life and human dignity are respected and protected. It is for this reason that Namibia consistently calls for the elimination of the death penalty at all fora, including the European Working Group sessions. As we continue to call on states to reconsider their positions on the death penalty, we recognize the strides made in some countries to reduce the number of executions and to place moratoriums on the imposition of the death penalty where applicable. It is our hope that continued discussions on this subject, such as the biennial high-level panel discussion, will bring us closer to the universal abolition of the death penalty. Mr. President, Namibia remains deeply concerned by the persistent cases and incidents of discrimination, particularly racism and racial discrimination across the world. There is neither room nor reason for any form of discrimination in this era of human rights. Namibia maintains that the Durban Declaration and Program of Action is developed by states, is a visionary, action-oriented, and transformative tool in our continued fight to rid the world of the scourge of racism and racial discrimination. A world still plagued by widespread racism and racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances is a collective failure that requires urgent intervention. Mr. President, Namibia remains committed to the attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Namibia is therefore proud to co-facilitate the Summit of the Future under the theme Multilateral Solutions for a Better Tomorrow. And we urge states to participate in the preparations and consultations ahead of the summit to build broad consensus on policy issues relating to our common agenda. The biggest obstacle to meeting aspirations of the 2030 Agenda remains our lack of resolve in addressing threats to human rights enjoyment and implementation. Namibia recalls the invaluable role that women, children, persons with disabilities, the youth, and persons in vulnerable situations play in the implementation of human rights. Namibia, therefore, welcomes the opening of the UN Youth Office and hopes that this will strengthen the involvement of the youth in the work of the Council going forward. Mr. President, on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, I offer heartfelt condolences to the governments and the people of Syria and Turkey following the devastating earthquake. The irreversible consequences of climate change, such as human insecurity, humanitarian crisis, food insecurity, poverty, and climate migration, continue to burden our societies across the world. We must do more, including through full realization of the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. In this context, we welcome the recent decision at COP27 to establish the Loss and Damage Fund, which is aimed at providing financial assistance to developing countries who continue to be disproportionately affected by climate change. Namibia is currently developing a comprehensive framework for the incubation of renewable energy in the form of green hydrogen and ammonia as part of its energy transition through green industrialization. As we undertake measures of this nature, we must ensure that the corporations and business entities involved in these processes adhere to human rights due diligence requirements towards the protection of human rights and the environment. It is for this reason that Namibia continues to participate in and support the process of elaborating a legally binding instrument on transnational cooperation and other business entities. We call on all states to join this important exercise. Mr. President, as a country, we continue to face multiple and compounding socioeconomic challenges. The state of the global economy and delayed consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a loss of income for many Namibians. Marginalized communities remain particularly hard hit by poverty and food insecurity. Namibia, together with development partners, continues to implement social protection measures to improve livelihood of marginalized communities. Namibia is also challenged by the prevalence of violence against women and children, particularly sexual violence. Noting the crippling effect of violence on the enjoyment of human rights, Namibia is implementing preventative and rehabilitative measures and providing avenues for remedies and treatment of victims and survivors of violence through the Priorities National Plan of Action on Gender-Based Violence. Mr. President, the imposition of unilateral coercive measures continues to cripple the enjoyment of all human rights and the capacity of sanctioned states to promote and protect human rights of those within their territories. Namibia therefore reiterates its call to sanctioning states to remove the illegal sanctions imposed on Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. Lastly, Namibia welcomes General Assembly Resolution 77/400 to request an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice relating to the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territory. The illegal actions of Israel as an occupying power continue to intensify, leading to the death and displacement of innocent Palestinians, including children. Namibia maintains its unwavering support and solidarity to the people of Palestine in their just cause for freedom, independence, and social justice. We further remain steadfast in our support for the right to self-determination of the people of Western Sahara and call on the Human Rights Council to take active steps to protect the individual and collective rights of the people of Western Sahara. Mr. President, in closing, and distinguished dignitaries, allow me to reiterate Namibia's strong commitment to the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of human rights. I wish you effective deliberations and fruitful engagements during this session. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkevics, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, this year we mark 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It proclaimed human rights as the foundation of freedoms, justice and peace. Today, we confirm that human rights apply to all people in all countries around the world. For more than a year now, we witness human rights violations as a tactic of Russia's war against Ukraine. We see deliberate attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure, torture, executions, forced disappearances, illegal adoption and displacement of Ukrainian children, sexual violence. Latvia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked large-scale aggression against Ukraine, enabled by Belarus. Russia must stop violating international humanitarian law and human rights. Last year, the international community responded firmly by suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council. Aggressor has no place in the United Nations body, which stands for the protection of core democratic values and human rights. Also, the Human Rights Council was able to act immediately. We commend the work of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry to investigate Russia's crimes in Ukraine. The collected evidence will help international efforts to ensure Russia's accountability. Crimes committed by Russia cannot and will not go unpunished. Ladies and gentlemen, Latvia is concerned about growing repressions against human rights defenders globally. We condemn the repressions against peaceful protesters, independent media, and civil society organizations. Fundamental freedoms must be protected everywhere. Latvia will continue supporting the work of civil society and independent media. We welcome the decision to establish a special rapporteur mandate to monitor human rights abuses and civil society crackdown in Russia. We call for extension of the mandates to monitor the human rights situation in Belarus. Backsliding of women's rights is another area of concern. Women and girls are affected by wars and conflicts. They are often subject to gender-based violence. Latvia ensures an immediate and focused response to the needs of girls and women affected by Russia's atrocities in Ukraine. We are providing psychological support to victims of gender-related violence and establishing a rehabilitation center for victims of war crimes in Ukraine. Gender equality should be among our priorities for a safe, secure, and just society. Mr. Vice President, I congratulate High Commissioner for Human Rights on his appointment. I reiterate Latvia's strong support to the independence and work of this office. As human rights challenges arise, the High Commissioner's office requires necessary financial support. Let us all protect the human rights ideal laid down in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Pariela, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba. Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor
President, far from encouraging a more supportive and cooperative world, we see imbalances proliferating, as well as poverty, hunger and exclusion. A very small minority are enjoying a huge increase in their wealth, whereas the vast majority fight for survival. The current patterns of consumption and production are irrational, unsustainable, and they are a threat to the very existence of humankind. It is absolutely crucial that we fight for a fair, democratic and equitative international order which is focused on human beings and the peoples of the world. Promoting and protecting human rights is a common ideal. No country is free from challenges, and there is no country which can claim to be a shining example in the field. nor can any country politicize or use human rights to stigmatize other countries or economic and social projects which are not in line with the ambitions of weapons markets and institutions. Imperialistic attempts to convert this, the Human Rights Council, into a court against those countries which refuse to lay down to the policies and aims of powerful countries only undermine the credibility of this body and would subject it to the same defeats suffered by the Human Rights Commission, which suffered from the same practices. As a founder member of the Human Rights Council, Cuba defends respectful and constructive dialogue and international cooperation. We advocate for the full respect for the indivisibility, objectivity and non-selectivity in the way in which human rights are considered. It is in this spirit that we are running for re-election to membership of the Human Rights Council for the 2024-2026 period in the elections that will be held this coming October. We would like to thank all countries in advance who have declared their valuable support for us already. Cuba's voice will continue to be raised as that of a universal vision favouring the legitimate interests of developing countries, the poor and excluded, through respectful dialogue and commitment and our unavoidable commitment to the full respect for the human rights of everyone. President, the United States government is applying a political genocide through its blockade on Cuba and using maximum pressure against us, which has subjected the Cuban economy to an extremely high level of pressure. This has had an impact on families' standard of living, pushing prices up, making food and medicine scarce, hampering the generation of electricity and preventing the country from participating in international financial transactions, hampering construction services, the retail trade, investment, health and education. This infamous, notorious inclusion of Cuba on the Department of State's list of the supposed financiers of terrorism makes the difficult situation caused by the blockade even worse. It is an obstacle to our financial system. Destabilization and regime change operations are encouraged. You try to discredit our international medical cooperation. Powerful technological platforms are used. Censure is encouraged and major digital networks are manipulated to target Cuba. There is the use of migration of skilled people of working age against Cuba, but Cuba rises to these attacks every day. We innovate, we deploy efforts, we have an unlimited capacity to resist and to be creative. We only foster inclusive debate and the participation of young people and the fertile renovation of everything which needs to be changed. We continue steadfastly on our path to perfect a social rule of law with effective justice and our socialist model of economic, social and cultural development with the vast support of the large majority of the Cuban people. We sincerely appreciate international cooperation and solidarity which Cuba receives from all corners of the globe. President, in free and fair elections in 2019 and a referendum on the Constitution, we adopted a new basic test with nearly 90% of favourable votes. This strengthens the institutional and legal frameworks for promoting and protecting human rights for all Cuban women and men. We are implementing the National Programme for the Advancement of Women and the Comprehensive Strategy for Preventing and Combating Gender-Based Violence and Domestic Violence, the National Programming for Fighting Racism and Racial Discrimination, and the new Family Code, which was adopted with 62% support in a referendum. President, we have assumed the responsibility of the presidency of the G77 plus China group this year, 2023. We believe that if we listen to the voices of our people and work for them, we will build a fairer world. We can do this as well by defending collective and just interests of the global south as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. That was the last dignitary we could accommodate at this meeting. We will suspend the meeting for a few minutes before the high-level meeting commemorating the 35th anniversary of the Declaration of the Right to Development.
Excellences, distingués participants.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, we will now open the high-level meeting commemorating the 35th anniversary of the Declaration on the Right to Development, held in conformity with Resolution 49/8 of the Council. This meeting is accessible to persons with disabilities. We have international sign language interpretation and subtitling, as well as other measures for accessibility. We will begin by hearing the declaration of Ms. Amina Mohammed, Vice Secretary of UNCTAD, Mr. Volker Türk, High Commissioner for Human Rights, His Excellency Mr. Ceyhun Bayramov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan, Mr. Achim Steiner, Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. Speakers are encouraged to intervene in an interactive manner through comments and questions, taking into account and reflecting on the statements by the panelists. I would like to remind you that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes for all, and that a maximum number of 30 speakers will be accommodated. Representatives who have not been able to take the floor because of time constraints will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. I now have the honor to give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group, who will speak via video message. You have the floor.
Mr. President, High Commissioner Türk, distinguished guests, I am honored to address this important gathering and wish to thank President Balek for the invitation. More than 35 years ago, the General Assembly adopted the landmark Declaration on the Right to Development. It was a groundbreaking achievement in the struggle for human dignity, freedom, equality, and justice, for its bold appeal for every member of society to participate in shaping key decisions. Today, the right to development remains a bold and visionary intention yet to be realized by billions of people. The time has come to make it a reality. Excellencies, the right to development took us beyond a narrow perspective of economic growth. The Declaration recognized development as a human right, entailing comprehensive social, cultural, and political processes.